let's call it, like just out of nowhere in the morning.
Yeah, so he said that he hasn't been able to get in contact with his wife, and it's weird because they had a stalker. So if they could just go check. He's at work right now. He left work earlier this morning. She was dropping off the kids.
He called the neighbor, the mom, and the police.
And he's like, it's probably nothing, but like just in case.
Approaching. Can I get either someone in the house to check in with Martinez, or maybe both? Maybe a wellness check at the house.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's exquisite. I like it actually. It's small. I think you could double the size on it, but I like the. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I've got brain damage and it's hard to retain all this stuff. But yes, okay. If you're getting rid of the angel, then get rid of the angel. But it is
approaching Stargate.
Okay, and I think it's too small. Is my complaint? I actually had to squint to read it on my monitor. Yeah, this is too small. I think you could almost double the size of it, but that's just me. You can keep it however you like. Ah, well, I can see it and I can read it, and that's good enough, you know. So, yeah.
Warping to Stargate.
No problem.
Warp drive active.
No. Top is where you would normally stick the brand. I mean, right? Yep. Brand first. So, love you. Bye.
Approaching Stargate.
Sissy! Are you in here? No, there you are, Sissy. Come inside. It's too cold for you. Come inside. I'm not trying to...
Autopilot jumping.
Come inside and take a nap, kid. It's too cold for me out there all day. I don't want you to catch a cold, kitty. You'll get sick.
Warping to Stargate.
I don't want a sick kitty.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, that's a sweet kitty. I thought about you and I wanted you to come inside. It's cold. Yeah. It's a fucking it's early March. It's fucking freezing out there. It's like 50 degrees or something. I don't want her to freeze. All right. She's a cat. She won't freeze, but
yeah. We can go check the house.
She texted me like, I don't know, 3
Jesus Christ, dude.
Ago.
This is like if Donald. This is how Donald Trump would act if he.
A case for somebody threatening you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Martinez knows all of this. We have both been targeted by a.
You're not targeted, you idiot.
Threats have been made against my life.
Okay.
And threatening to like kidnap her, which is why I'm nervous that she's not answering me.
If you hear from her before then or something changes, just give us a call back, okay?
I can't focus here at the office. I'm going to be wrapping up as fast as possible and heading home.
Okay.
It takes me 45 minutes.
Okay.
So
all right. Sounds good.
I'm a ways out.
Okay. We'll let them know and we'll have an officer call you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. For someone who's planning doing this for so long, there's also very dumb.
Yeah.
Like everything he does is like.
There were also messages from Christiel's phone that morning that she was killed. One of them was to Daniel that was sent after she was killed. Right, which, how is that possible? He's out of the house. He gets a text message when he's at work from Christiel. Those are all scheduled. There was one scheduled to be sent out to Detective Martinez, one to her dad. All of them pre-scheduled. You can schedule text messages on Christiel's phone, and someone had scheduled those messages. Who would it be if not Daniel? Because that needs to point to these messages were sent once he was out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
If the police didn't realize that these text messages were scheduled, they could have believed that Daniel was out of the house and Christelle was still alive inside the house.
Don't bump my
then
camera,
you factor
kitty.
in some really dumb stuff. The day before Christelle's murder, he's Googling how long, at least he spelled how correctly, but how long can you be unconscious without brain damage? How hard a hit for head trauma to go unconscious? How hard would you have to hit someone in the head to make them unconscious? Do people really go unconscious when hit in the head? What happens when you're hit in the head? The picture of Daniel getting out of his car at work that the stalker took of him, data forensics were able to uncover that it was on selfie timer mode.
Approaching start.
I guess the metadata can show if it was like taken with the front camera, the back camera. It was like selfie mode, front camera on a timer.
Yeah,
And
that was
it
my
was-
question. So he put a little.
Little stick, a stick.
He bought a burner phone, but he buys it not with a credit card, but with a gift card. That gift card is registered to himself. When he first starts messaging Christelle, because she doesn't respond to that first message of like, hey, it's Anthony, right? He didn't know if the message was going through, so he decides to text himself from the burner phone and just the word
Oh,
text.
my beautiful kitty.
He responds back, yeah. All the messages being sent, the emails being created, the emails being sent, they're all being sent from the IP address at Daniel's workplace, the Department of Public Health in Colorado. When authorities confront Daniel about it, he just says it doesn't make any sense. The Wi-Fi, we have public access and everybody knows the passwords.
The Gmail account that you guys initially received with the photo of you in it, and the phone number, those originated through their IP addresses
Approaching
at
start.
your office.
It doesn't make any sense. Well, he took the photo of me at my office.
Right.
But nobody believes him.
Yeah.
The trial takes place, and if you had any questions about how evil this guy is, even during the trial, the impact statements, this is when Christelle's family they're going to come up and tell the judge about how this has impacted their lives so that the judge can be more thorough with sentencing. Daniel is telling his parents on the phone that during sentencing, they should be able to give impact statements. So Daniel's family are allowed to give like character statements. They're not allowed to like give impact statements in that sense.
Right.
Because the people impacted by the crime are supposed to give impact statements.
Under the terms of the law, you are family members of the victim.
Why do you talk like this?
You lost a daughter-in-law. My
You
brother
killed your wife.
Lost a sister-in-law. You
Let's
should all be
all
allowed to speak.
Declare our relations.
Why does he want them to talk?
Probably to say nice things about him too.
So, Mortal feels like a good sandbox that I can live in. Eve feels like a good sandbox that I can live in. I don't think I can live in FFXI anymore. And anything else that I pick has to be super, super passive. Like ships or, like, I don't know, something. Even Skull and Bones fits a little better than some other games and stuff, because I think you can kind of autopilot in that a bit. But it's, you know, it's, like, weird. I don't, Well, hello, kitty. I don't know. I'm thinking about another sandbox that I can live in that's like online multiplayer, and I can't think of anything. Apparently, the Fun Pimps... oh. Somebody bought Fun Pimps. That's cool.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate.
TFP joins Behavior Interactive. Yeah. Where's the volume?
There. When we started the Fun Pimps, we had one simple goal: make games that we want to play, but we never imagined where that would lead. 7 Days to Die, a game we cooked up on Thanksgiving 2012, has sold more than 20 million copies. The company has grown from 2 brothers to a team of 70 talented people.
Jesus, that's how big the Fun Pimps got? Why isn't your combat good then?
And most importantly, we're surrounded by the most passionate community.
Developers. Oh no, I know firsthand how incompetent this dev team is. With 70 people, how is that possible?
In gaming.
I thought you guys had like 8 people.
And it's been a privilege to work for you. 7 Days has come far, but it's still not where we want it to be. and there are so many amazing things we still want to add to the game. But a dream this big cannot be achieved alone. The path forward has become clear that we needed to find the right partner. Luckily, our success has given us the freedom to be selective in this process. That's why we couldn't be happier to announce that the Fun Pimps are joining Behavior Interactive. Like TFP, Behavior are obsessed with horror. While they're best known for Dead by Daylight.
Oh, Dead by Daylight people, but the Dead by Daylight people bought 7 days to bought the Fun Pimps today.
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
They also have Red Hook Studios' amazing Darkest Dungeons series.
Yeah, and they own Darkest
We're
Dungeon
honored
too. Nice.
to have 7 days stand beside these two iconic horror franchises. We understand that
They also do the Darkest Dungeon. That's a good game. I never got into it, but it is a good game. It's not really a world building sandbox. You know, sometimes I think that maybe Neverwinter Nights 2 might be good enough for a sandbox that I can live in. I think it might be good enough, you know. It's not truly an isometric game. Yeah, I want to see the review. This is a story game. Mr. Fat Pepper 2. No views from 8 months ago. Should I be the first view on this guy's video? He seemed like he really, really worked on it. The Jaggernaut, but the Jagger is a rapist.
Fix things like a lot of very prominent bugs and crashes. So I kind of want to get into...
See, doesn't that look cool? It looks cooler than, like, Baldur's Gate. It's at least 3D.
The course of this review.
Baldur's Gate will let you do this, too.
But before we dive into all that, to get my
boy, the graphics suck.
Usual stuff out of the way...
It's not my style of combat, but it kind of reminds me of Final Fantasy XI a little bit. Kind of. Oh, look at this kitty. She's so cute. I just dote on her.
Some of you may have concerns about this change, but for us, this is about getting the support and resources needed to tackle our most ambitious ideas and deliver with a partner that loves
that combat. All you need to do is fix that combat. That's it. Fix the weight of the combat, and you guys are golden. Plus, it's a little too... It needs to be more naturalist beautiful, like Rust.
loves horror as much as we do. It's not about handing over control or stepping away from what we built. We chose Behavior because they believe in 7 days, what the game can become, and our team's ability to realize that potential. They share our...
They should have sold to Face Punch. Face Punch could have fixed 7 days. Face Punch needs to buy 7 days, pretty much.
Philosophies on everything from community to
now I think Face Punch should buy this company.
modding. So in case you're
Behavior.
wondering, we're not going anywhere. Behavior isn't investing in TFP because they want change. They're investing because we're aligned on building a home for the best horror games, where titles like Dead by Daylight, Darkest Dungeon, and 7 Days to Die can stand.
Those are odd titles.
With Behavior's help, we'll be expanding our art, engineering, design, community, and player support teams, all working together to make our vision for the future of 7 Days a reality. We know you'll have questions, and while we're not ready to share more details today, we'll be back later this year to walk you through our plans. We hope you'll be as excited
I need a sandbox that I can live in. Oh, I'm here. Now I need to go to the campaign trail, I guess. Structures, traffic stop, homefront operations, traffic stop, Luminaire, Battle of Caldari Prime, Memorial, Nereid endpoints of interest, the Federation Grand Prix, the Luminaire ship graveyards, and the Caldari Monument. Maybe it's on my thing. Luminaire ship graveyards. Luminaire, customs, campaign trail starting line, warp 2 within 0.
Warp drive active.
What's the name of that mod that we did? All these old retro RPGs, they all kind of seem like, I don't know, it's not really, none of these places are the world that I can live in. It's kind of annoying. And plus, it all takes too much work, too. 76 is a good game to live in, but I don't want to play it off my drive. The last game in the list should probably be like a single-player game. Like, Skyrim was fun, I guess. We could always just sit on Skyrim, or like Starfield. I have a whole nother playthrough, but I don't want to start until they do their patch on April 7th, which is like another 20 days, and their timing sucks. I was ready on the 24th. But whatever, that's Bethesda. They always make you wait. But this one isn't that bad. It's like in 11 days. That's not that bad. 7 days is a good world to live in. Campaign trail starting line. Next we claim. Advil, please. So now what do I do? Old Man Star. Okay, so this is the one that I should track, I guess. Yeah, I believe this is it. So I guess, you know, do I have a shortcut for the agency? I thought I did, but no, I don't. I need to bind one. Shift A is good. And then, yep, And then I want you to add this bookmark. I guess you can't. That's okay though. So on we go to Old Man Star.
Autopilot engaged.
I should have prefer shorter. Yeah. And here's the first 15 jumps of the 150 jumps or whatever.
Active.
I have 150 jumps to go. It did look cool. That did look cool. Like I should have like looked around when I got there. Hi, pretty kitty. X4 is a pretty good game, but I can't really live in it, and it's a little too third-party.
Approaching Stargate.
Hello?
Autopilot jumping.
No. You're always the priority. I just don't like disappearing for longer than like 15, 20 minutes, you know? But you can always take my attention. I don't mind.
Warping to Stargate.
What's up?
Warp drive active.
You can call me back if it comes up.
Approaching
Good news
Stargate.
is usually money. I don't know. Does that help any? Right? I'm like, it's got to be money, right?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Autopilot engaged. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Shit. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot that I muted. There we go. I'm back. I'm sorry. I got a phone call. So I am doing the campaign trail, and now we have the next 21 jumps to do. This Keep Star was constructed by the Society of Conscious Thought and acted as a research facility for the study of the Kyanoak Plague after a series of outbreaks across the cluster during YC-119. It is considered to be the largest public research installation in New Eden. In April YC-119, it hosted the Kyanoak Inquest to find a cure for the horrific Kyanoak Plague. It received great contributions from thousands of capsuleers that assisted the scientists and researchers of the Kyanoak Research Site, allowing them to make the breakthrough and find a cure. Today, the Keep Star is maintained as a memorial with its cutting-edge research labs leased out to biotech companies and academic research groups. This is cool. I wish I could put the agency somewhere up here, though. Oh, Econcom. Okay, well, don't autopilot then.
Autopilot disabled.
This is fun. I like this EVRP. I think they did well. Jump.
Warp drive active.
Caves of Cud 1.0. What is 1.0? Beta patch. Graffiti is not visible on walls with ornately engraved blacks. Sure with them after you buy their entire inventory.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
And then I go to Dodixie after that.
Autopilot jumping.
But it'll be good to get it out of the way. I like event stuff.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Needs something with passive farming. I don't think they'll let me into anything on Steam, which is like not so good. I should maybe run Eve and then play another MMO.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The Quinfall.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, the closest sandbox I can live in is like 76, and I don't really want to run 76 in the fucking background. If I do, I want to do it on GeForce Now because it's not an optimized client. I could run Eve and Mortal in the background and play 76. That is a viable thing I could do. 76 is the MMO that I kind of lived on for the last like 5 years. I'm kind of bored of it, but Free Life isn't that bad. It's the same thing as Free Life in this game. It's not that easy, but it's not that bad either. One of the nice things about Free is you stop sort of caring about the normal flow of the game. Is this a... Oh, I am in a bubble, yeah. Can I jump even? Oh no, it's a Jaguar. Get the fuck out of here.
Autopilot jumping.
Yes, I can. Now that the Jaguar's coming in, we're going to definitely not autopilot here for a couple of jumps because I'm ahead of him. I'm going to be faster than him. Yeah, way faster. I don't think the Greaseless shuttle gets slowed down in bubbles for one thing, which is kind of cool. That guy got slowed down. Yeah, it's really just meant for like traveling across the universe, you know? For stuff like this, you got to travel 150 jumps. Take a Greaseless shuttle if you're that rich. I'm that rich. I've got 50 of them. It's like, it's kind of like Leno. It's like, I've got a limo. I got 50 of them, you know? Got a limo, and I got a limo in every city. I just call up some guy for that day that I'm there. Or whatever. It's so dumb. It's so rich and fucking decadent. But I am that rich in Eve. I have like 50 Greaseless shuttles just sitting there. So number 36 doesn't really bother me. I should put more buy orders out for those. I used to make a lot of money off those off the HyperNet. But I don't know. Buying hypercores is expensive. I'd rather just have income like mining and faction warfare. I can't find a third sandbox that complements these three perfectly. FFXI is the closest one, and it's too old, and it's not supported, and I played it way too much on this channel. Rust would be an option. I could just retire to the PvE server and, you know, ship my way around, I guess. The wipe was about 5 days ago for the second half of the bi-weekly wipe server cycle. Somebody casting on me. Yeah. Alright. I don't think this guy's going to be a problem anymore. Go, go, go. Not a lot of games have this kind of depth. I'm addicted to depth and yeah, like 76, it has combat depth, but it doesn't. Oh, Eviction Scout, Fleet Toonie, Orca Boost, Asteroid Belt 4. What was that sound? Oh, yeah.
Stargate.
Gives me quite a lot of hope, actually. It's hard to feel hope with these devs, but if there was it, if that was it, yeah, it's good news. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
He's my buddy.
Okay, well, tell him to come here. I got stuff for him.
Well,
I want to make sure he gets
he has 4 minutes now.
Okay, I can wait.
Okay. 2 minutes, he says.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he gets it. Like I said, I didn't see his guild name, just his name, and he hit my horse by accident. So.
Approaching Stargate.
Well, he had. Look, I can tell you what he had. He had Cavolo and
Autopilot jumping.
so that means 2 pirates and 2 black opals.
Warping to Stargate.
He had bones.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. You can see him. Yeah.
You're welcome.
What are the shitty mistakes, sorry?
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, you're outside. It is sunny. Yeah, let's get you out there, huh, Kitty? I don't think you should be inside anymore. Just make sure you don't freeze out there, you know? If you're restless, you should go outside. Sorry I confined you for an hour. Just make sure you don't get too cold.
Autopilot jumping.
It was a good cuddle.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Damn, we're on like 9-7x tack. That's the same.
Autopilot jumping. Stargate. Warp drive active.
Sandboxes that I can live in forever. It's like Rust, Starfield, 76, X4. The best living RP is in Rust.
Approaching Stargate.
Rust even Mortal. I don't know. I don't really want to go back to Rust, but Rust is a good game. It's not a bad game. It just erases your work. I want a permanent game that doesn't erase your work, that lets you live in it. That's like Valheim, 7 Days, Starfield. And Starfield doesn't truly let you live in it, not really. Oh, I own Wayfinder now, do I? Did I buy this game? How did I get Wayfinder? Did I buy it? It must have been like $1, huh? Wayfinder has a hardcore mode. A 3-player co-op action RPG. Intense combat.
Stargate.
Isn't this game like isometric? Wait, Battle Chasers and Ruin King, huh? I've never heard of these games that he seems so passionate about. This guy's written 150 reviews. Well, I bought it in case anybody ever wants to play it. I think it was like a $3 or something. Valheim is always an option. I never did really truly finish Valheim. I heard they kind of improved the combat a little bit. Could live on that world for a while. The Quinfall is good enough, but I can't fire it up at the same time, I don't think.
Autopilot jumping.
Bound to get somebody else killing me on the campaign trail.
Warp drive active.
A bad pimple on my forehead. Sandboxes that I can live in. I bought Life is Feudal Arden, did I? I guess I did. Life is Feudal Arden. Life is Feudal. Let's go look at these. Oops, eating calm.
Autopilot disabled.
We're back in high sec, which is good. Protected.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, what are the numbers on Life is Feudal? I'm just fucking around.
100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements and also includes a lot more than that, there's a link below covering everything I go over, and my Steam profile is public and linked below as well. Now, in the case of the Enhanced Edition here, I did not receive a review key for this. I did, in fact, pay for it when it released, and I actually have
Oh no, it's
played
free
the
is
GOG
why
version, which
it's
I also paid for previously as well. This review is going to be a bit of an odd one because there's a lot of what I'm going to go over just being what Neverwinter Nights 2 is and why I think it's a great and interesting game to play. It is
very negative, mostly negative.
There are other parts of it where I'm going to explain why the Enhanced Edition did very little, and in some cases it did did some good things, like for instance bringing the game to proper Steam Deck support, which was very hard to set up previously with the GOG version. The fact that this version also brought the game to consoles, so it's not meritless, it's just very half-hearted in its implementation. With that in mind, and covering everything I want to go over, there are definitely going to be some things I would probably consider a spoiler in this video. If that is a concern for you, perhaps consider just watching the launch impressions video. It would probably tell you most of the stuff you need to know without getting too deep into the weeds of it. Now, talking specifically about the 100% for this game,
3 players.
The achievements that they added to the Steam version were all pretty basic stuff, like almost all of it you're going to get just by doing the content alone. There's not really anything too special in there. Basically just clear the main campaigns and you'll get 90% of them. I would say the only one that is really worth mentioning is the Neverwinter Night achievement.
Arden
which
has
is the
some
achievement
people
for doing
playing
all of the main campaign and expansions on hardcore or above. There is a rule set you can enable that is one step above normal that is actually going to enable friendly fire. But what's more, you don't actually pick your difficulty when you start a campaign. Rather, this is a sort of blanket option that you have to set from the main menu that then goes into effect when you start a campaign. I think you need to know that if you're trying to get those achievements. Other than that, that's again pretty much the only hard one, and the only real thing there that you need to know is how D&D 3.5 works, and you honestly don't even need to be that great at it because of the way the campaigns are made. Most of them are a little on the easier side anyway, with the exception of a couple of fights here and there, but you can also just save and reload freely. It's not like a literal hardcore one save mode, so it's not that bad, all things considered. From there, though, let's actually start talking about the game.
This isn't it. It's too old, and it's not my thing. It's too lore heavy, and it doesn't have the right combat, unfortunately. I have to remind myself constantly, is that the game I'm looking for? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It was online. It was good.
Stargate.
Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia.
Autopilot jumping.
You've been playing Skyrim wrong for 14 years.
Warping to Stargate.
Yeah, not everybody's happy as Will Smith, that's true.
And also, it's just like such a slap in the face to Chris Steele's family. They lost a daughter and a sister. What do you mean you lost a daughter-in-law? You lost a sister-in-law. You should be able to talk.
Yeah. And what's the parents' reaction to that?
Oh, he continues, though.
Joe said you might be allowed to speak on my behalf. Whether it's my behalf or Chris Steele's, I don't care. The point is, you deserve to be recognized as the victim's family. That has been denied to me since the day she died.
The mom looks hesitant and she says, do you want her family to even hear us?
Yes. You lost Chris Steele.
Warp drive active.
Just like I did. The loss isn't theirs alone. So yes, I would like you to speak. If you're willing and able.
This is after he's found guilty.
Yeah. I just think everyone involved just fucking hates Daniel. Even the police officers. And again, this is not like me commending.
And that's the end of it for me.
Approaching Stargate.
Bada bing, bada boo.
To anyone.
Oh, wait, you skipped one. Oops.
New body cam footage of the Alan Richardson street fight just dropped, and it paints a very different picture. The quadruple amputee cornhole champion was just arrested for murder. Elizabeth Warren's questioning Mr. Beast. Someone won 93% of their bets on secret military strikes while the president's sons invested in the platform. Saudi Arabia is pushing Trump to escalate in Iran. And Trump's trying to get the Supreme Court to throw out your mail-in ballot, even though he mailed in this year. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news. I hope you're having a good Tuesday, but let's start with this. The Star Reacher got into an actual street fight with his neighbor in a Nashville suburb. There's even video of it, and the neighbor admitted that he started it. Or to Alan Ritchson, the guy who plays Jack Reacher on the Netflix show he just starred in War Machine, though I will say he'll always be Thad Castle to me. Remember Blue Mountain State? Oh man, we're getting old. He lives in Brentwood, Tennessee, an upscale neighborhood south of Nashville. And he's back in the States after filming back-to-back movies in Australia and New Zealand. And according to a neighbor named Ronnie Taylor, this all actually started on Saturday when he said that he saw Richardson speeding through the neighborhood on a motorcycle and causing a disturbance. Taylor apparently flips him off, Richardson returns the gesture, and to day one. But then on Sunday, Taylor says that he spotted Richardson on the motorcycle again, and this time, there were two individuals there believed to be his young sons, also on motorbikes. And Taylor says that he told Richardson, "Can you fucking stop this, please?" with then things going sideways. Now, here's the thing. There are two videos. One video that was put out by TMZ shows Richardson's green Kawasaki on the ground and shows the actor appearing to hit Taylor multiple times while they're on the grass of a front lawn. And you see two others on motorbikes. Those are believed to be Richardson's sons. They're just watching from the street. And so in addition to going, oh wow, this is really happening, you're left wondering, how did this start? And so that then brings us to the other video that shows Taylor stepping in front of Richardson.
What happened here?
There were two individuals there believed to be his young sons, also on motorbikes. And Taylor says that he told Richardson, "Can you fucking stop this, please?" with then things going sideways. Now, here's the thing. There are two videos. One video that was put out by TMZ shows...
Oh, damn. He punched him while he was down.
Richardson's green Kawasaki.
Don't hit a guy in the dick, Butters. Do you normally sucker people while they're down like that? Jesus Christ, I'd probably wait for him to get up. You're already down. Fuck it. That's all I need from you. If you try and get back up, I'll fucking knock your ass back down again. Stay down. Oh, it's beautiful. So now what? Go to Jerrick. Yeah, Jerrick. It's 2 jumps.
Autopilot engaged.
On the ground and shows the actor appearing to hit Taylor multiple times while they're on the grass of a front lawn. And you see two others on motorbikes. Those are believed to be Richardson's sons. They're just watching from the street. And so in addition to going, oh wow, this is really happening, you're left wondering, how did this start? And so that then brings us to the other video that shows Taylor stepping in front of Richardson's motorcycle in the middle of a residential street. Where Taylor caused Richardson to crash, and so you have Richardson saying from the ground. And the video continues from there, but here's also a very big thing.
Wow.
Taylor himself admitted to TMZ that he started the physical confrontation. He said,
I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me.
With TMZ also reporting that Taylor dared Allen to hit him while Richardson was still on the ground after the crash, and that Richardson tried to leave the scene before Taylor shoved him. So just to recap, the neighbor stepped in front of a moving motorcycle, caused a crash, admitted that he pushed Richardson twice, dared him to fight, and then he went to TMZ about it. You know, ultimately, we're going to see how this plays out. You had the Brentwood Police Captain, Steve Pepin, confirming to USA Today that officers responded to the area just before 2 p.m. on Sunday after several witnesses called 911. And he said that we are aware of the incident, we are investigating, and no arrest has been made. With the investigation expected to continue
white guys behaving badly
for the next few days. And as far as Richardson, he stayed
W-Babs.
completely silent for the most part. Well, Taylor gave multiple interviews to TMZ and the videos were spreading everywhere. He was quiet, but then Tuesday morning, he just posted an image to social media with no caption. It was a quote reading, "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake." So he posts that. He doesn't add any context, really didn't address the situation directly, but it's kind of obvious. You see that he's posting this right after his neighbor gave multiple public statements that included admitting that he shoved Richardson first and dared him to fight. It kind of makes the implication pretty hard to miss. And as most legal experts will tell you, when you're involved in a potential legal matter, speaking publicly, it just creates risks, including self-incrimination. So whether you think Richardson was right here or he handled it well or poorly, the aftermath, right? The strategy there, it's pretty clear. Let the other guy keep talking. So while we wait to see what happens there, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Is Richardson in the wrong here? Is Taylor in the wrong here? Both? I'd love to know your thoughts, especially because online, people are all over the place. I mean, some even saw what they think is a MAGA hat behind Taylor in his interview, and they were like, okay, I don't need to know anything else. Yeah, let me know what you think. And then it's actually not the only wild story that people are picking apart online right now. Because another thing we gotta break down is that a quadruple amputee cornhole champion was just arrested on murder charges over a fatal shooting. And if you're wondering how he could have done that, he actually previously posted videos showing how he's able to use firearms.
He can. How are you going to pull that trigger?
So the main question
how did
here
you
is
do
Dayton
that?
Weber. And when Dayton was only 10 months old, his arms and legs had to be amputated to treat a serious bacterial infection that he contracted. So he's been a quadruple amputee ever since, teaching himself to write, drive, and play cornhole, which
Shoot
he's currently a
guns.
pro at. He was even previously named the best cornhole player in the state of Maryland, and now he's in the American Cornhole League, which is apparently a thing I didn't know about until today. And he's also the first quadruple amputee to compete in it. So he's been featured on ESPN, written blogs for the Today Show, and become a very prominent player. Today he's in the news because police officers in La Plata,
He
Maryland,
shot
arrested him
somebody.
for shooting a passenger in his car. But according to a release on their website, officers were flagged down by two witnesses who said that they were in the back seat of a car when the driver, Dayton, shot and killed a front seat passenger during an argument. Dayton allegedly pulled over and asked the witnesses to help pull the victim out of the car, but they refused and fled the scene, and Dayton apparently fled as well with the victim still in the car. And then, fast forward 2 hours later, when a person called 911 to report a body found in a yard around 15 miles away from where the incident allegedly took place. When the police got there and they found the victim, Bradrick Michael Wells, he was pronounced dead, with them then arresting Dayton, who was at a hospital in Virginia seeking treatment for an unspecified medical issue, and he's now awaiting extradition back to Maryland, where he'll be charged with first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and other related offenses.
Wow.
And understandably, this story has really blown up because, well,
Yeah,
as this local news
it's
anchor put it,
got everything. It's got quadriplegic gun murder, a cornholer, and an extradition.
Question is how did someone with no hands allegedly shoot someone?
Now I've heard everything. Nope, this shoe's done. This farming simulator, I think, is too bored to do. It's too boring to do anything but farm. The hell was that? Someone's playing Lord of the Rings stuff on their audio.
That was a question that was quickly answered as people started finding old YouTube videos from an account believed to be his where he shows himself shooting guns. So the story just kept getting bigger and bigger from there, with a lot of people just kind of shocked that there's a video showing that he's capable of shooting a gun, because most people saw the original headline and were like, huh? Now for their part, the American Cornhole League released a statement
American Cornhole League
against Dayton and, quote, our thoughts
I love
are with those
it.
impacted, including the family and loved ones of Bradrick Michael Wells, and saying at this time, this remains an active legal situation. We respect the judicial process and will not comment on specific allegations or details while proceedings are ongoing. But then next up from that, let's talk about a story that feels like it was made in a Mad Lib generator. Senator Elizabeth Warren is afraid that Mr. Beast might start pushing crypto to kids. And so she sent him a letter demanding information about his plans to expand into financial services after he acquired a platform called Step. And in that letter, she notably didn't accuse Mr. Beast or his company of any wrongdoing, but she did say Beast Industries is primarily an entertainment and consumer product company, and any foray into financial services, particularly services aimed at children, must be done with great care and in compliance with the law. Because for context, Step is an app designed to help kids and young people get a head start on their finances, and Mr. B said that he joined forces with them because, quote, nobody taught me about investing, building credit, or managing money when I was growing up, and saying I want to give millions of young people the financial foundation I never had. But also you have people pointing to the fact that the platform is facing
No, you want to build
controversy
them
in the
with
past, previously
Bitcoin.
announcing plans to become the first financial app that will allow both teens under 18 and young adults to buy, sell.
There is no rule that says the kids can't buy stock, I don't think, right? Do you have to be probably in some states you probably do have to be 18, but no, I don't think there's really a rule. And if the kid can get their parents to do it, who cares, right? So what's to stop kids from just being being financially predatored?
Approaching start.
Sell, hold, and receive crypto. And while teen crypto investments had to be overseen by parents, Step ended up quickly backing away from that.
Here's
product.
35
Noted,
jumps.
Despite Step's careful claims that crypto investing by minors was only with the permission of a parent or guardian, Step published resources encouraging kids to pressure their parents into crypto investments, saying they published a video called How to Talk to Your Parents About Investing in Crypto, and it was targeted at kids whose parents want nothing to do with crypto. And that video apparently, quote, coaches children on how to convince their parents to let them make investments their parents may not want and includes specific scripts. And then Warren also noting that Step previously targeted tons of social media videos to teens by discussing teen side hustles and summer jobs, and would then also push posts encouraging crypto investments. And so now with that company in Mr. Beast's hands, you have Warren seeming a little skeptical. Reportedly around 40% of his viewers are between 13 and 17, and the vast majority are younger than 25. And you had Warren also arguing that the company has no reported experience in financial services and banking products, and adding, Beast Industries' corporate history raises concerns about its ability to manage a financial technology company, particularly one targeting children and teens. teams, with reporting to the fact that its current CEO was brought in 2024 to professionalize the company because prior to that, there was no chief human resources officer or general counsel. And then you had Warren also noting that Mr. Beast had faced backlash in 2024 when a report accused him of insider trading and misleading investors over crypto, something that she found especially troubling considering this is not the only crypto and fintech partnership that he sought out lately. Right? Earlier this year, Beast Industries got a $200 million investment from Bitmine Immersion Technologies, the leading Ethereum treasury company in the world. And that is he also filed a trademark application for Mr. Beast Financial, which could offer loan products like credit cards, but it also mentioned crypto. So you had Warren closing the letter by saying, given Step's history of highlighting volatile investments to teenagers, Mr. Donaldson's primarily young and very loyal audience, and the allegations concerning Mr. Donaldson's prior actions with cryptocurrencies, I write to request further information on Beast Industries' plans for Step. And she then demanded that he and his CEO answer about a dozen questions by April 3rd, asking what kind of changes he'll make at Step, if he'll allow crypto investments, and more. And with all this, I'll say, for their part, a Beast Industries spokesperson told the New York Times that they look forward to engaging with Warren and added, our primary motivation behind this deal is to improve the financial future of the next generation, saying now that we've completed the transaction and have ownership control, we're examining all existing offerings and marketing approaches to ensure that Step's future is developed thoughtfully and deliberately. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, there is a unique kind of denial where my body says something's wrong and I just keep moving. Not because, I don't care about my health, I really do, but the process just feels like an obstacle course for no reason. And that's why today's sponsor, ZocDoc, is actually helpful. ZocDoc is a free app and website that helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you love. No phone tag, no hold music designed to break your spirit. You can search by specialty or symptoms, so whether it's primary care, dental, derm, eye care, or a bunch of other specialties, you can find what fits. What I really like is that you can also choose what works for you, in-person visit or video visit. And you can read verified patient reviews before you book, so you're not going in completely blind. And even better, you can see real-time availability and book instantly. No calls, no voicemails, no we'll get back to you. And a lot of appointments, they happen fast, sometimes even same day. I use it myself, and honestly, the hardest part was realizing I had run out of excuses. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments. Just scan that QR code or go to ZocDoc.com/Phil to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Phil, ZocDoc.com/Phil. This message is sponsored by ZocDoc. But then, diving right back into the news, someone on Polymarket has won 93% of their 5-figure bets on unannounced U.S. and Israeli military strikes against Iran. They placed bets hours before operations nobody was supposed to know about. They made nearly $1 million, and the guy whose son is invested in Polymarket and advises its competitor, he killed 2 investigations into both platforms that we're going to talk about. Now first, as far as how we got here, since the Supreme Court struck down the federal ban on sports betting in 2018, you've seen most states legalizing it, but still it's illegal in 2 huge states, California and Texas, and so the big platforms like DraftKings and FanDuel, they're shut out of those markets. But then here's where it gets messy, right? Gambling is regulated by the states, but prediction markets are regulated by the feds. Specifically, they're regulated by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission because their contracts are legally considered commodities, not casino bets. And that distinction is given platforms like Polymarket and Kalshi a loophole to operate in states where traditional sports betting is banned, even though they arguably offer the same product. Right? Half of Polymarket's trading, it's sports betting, and for Kalshi, that number's around 90%. And while normally the federal government would clamp down on that, we also don't live in normal times, especially given the Trump connection, right? Donald Trump Jr. is invested in Polymarket through his venture capital firm and serves as a paid advisor to Kalshi. Hell, Truth Social announced its own crypto-based prediction market in October. So not the most surprising thing to see the Trump administration ending 2 Biden-era investigations into Polymarket and Kalshi last year, and then it approved Polymarket to operate in the US, even though Americans had already been accessing the site through VPNs. Right? We're in this situation where the president's family has financial stakes in both platforms. The administration has killed the probes into both. And now the CFTC, they're actively arguing in court that only the federal government should regulate those markets, not the states that are trying to crack down on it. And that's big because the states, they're not just sitting there. Just last week, you had Arizona prosecutors charging Kalshi with violating its ban on elections and sports betting, a 20-count complaint. And then days later, you had a Nevada district judge siding with state gaming regulators and temporarily blocking Kalshi from offering sports bets there. And then also that same day, a class action complaint in Georgia accused Kalshi of breaking state law as well. But Trump's CFTC, they've jumped into these cases to argue that it should have exclusive authority over prediction markets. But then also with this, I'll say there's been pushback in Congress where lawmakers in both chambers, including even Republicans, have proposed legislation to rein the platforms in. But the latest bill coming from Republican John Curtis of Utah and Democrat Adam Schiff of California, and they're calling it the Prediction Markets or Gambling Act, and it would ban any platform regulated by the CFTC from offering sports and casino-style event contracts. But also, a big thing here is that the sports gambling angle is just a piece of it. One of the bigger issues is that Polymarket lets users bet on wars, natural disasters, and the deaths of high-profile figures. All of which, Senator Chris Murphy putting it this way, asking, what does it do to our soul when questions of life and death become a commodity that we trade? What does it do to us spiritually when we can make money off of famine or a humanitarian disaster? The answer is that it robs us of a moral core that is essential to being a human. But then it also goes beyond the moral question because some people appear to be profiting off of these bets through insider knowledge. Right? You had Bubble Maps, an analytics company that tracks blockchain transactions, identifying one trader who's made nearly $1 million since 2024 from dozens of suspiciously well-timed polymarket bets that correctly predicted US and Israeli military actions against Iran. These were unannounced operations, and this person won 93% of their 5-figure bets on Iran. Bets placed hours before Israeli strikes in October 2024, hours before US airstrikes on nuclear facilities last June, and hours before the joint surprise attack in February. And with this, you had Bubble Maps' CEO telling CNN, all of this is strong signaling of insider activity based on the amount they made, the markets they bet on, the timing of their trades, the success rates of these trades, and the fact that they are connected on chain. This is pretty suspicious in my book. And that's just one account. You had The Guardian reporting that 8 Polymarket accounts, all created around March 21st, bet a total of nearly $70,000 on a ceasefire by March 31st. A bet that would return them nearly $820,000. And all of these accounts also placed a winning bet on Trump's initial strikes against Iran, and they haven't bet on anything since. So also there, you had experts telling The Guardian that these bets bear the signals of insider trading, and noting that all of the accounts bought at market price rather than trying to get a better deal, and some appear to belong to a single investor trying to conceal their identity. And so ultimately, we're in this place where the question isn't whether the system is broken, right? The actual question is whether anyone with the power to fix it actually wants to, because right now, the people in charge are the same people seeming to make money from it. But then also, as you have people on Polymarket betting big on the war ending, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they're reportedly pushing Trump to keep it going, encouraging him to put boots on the ground and actually considering joining the fight themselves. Meanwhile, Iran says that there are no negotiations. Trump says that there are 15 points of agreement and he might personally control the Strait of Hormuz with whoever the next Ayatollah is. More Marines are on the way. The 82nd Airborne might be next. And Israel just announced that it's expanding its occupation of southern Lebanon. So there is a lot, and we should talk about what is actually happening versus what the president has said. Starting with, we already knew that Saudi Arabia's patience was running thin. Last week, you had the Saudi foreign minister saying after Iranian attacks on Gulf energy infrastructure,
I'm dead.
Saudi Arabia's patience with Iranian attacks is not unlimited. Any belief that
Why am I dead?
are incapable of responding is a miscalculation. And since then, the Saudis have reportedly told the U.S. that they are ready
Somebody
to strike
kill
Iran
me
if
with a
their own power
praxis.
and water plants are targeted. They've also reportedly agreed to let American forces use an air base in western Saudi Arabia, potentially reversing an earlier claim that they wouldn't allow their facilities or airspace to be used for attacks on Iran. And according to multiple reports, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed Bonesaw has been pushing for Trump to continue this war, arguing that the American-Israeli military campaign presents a historic opportunity to remake the Middle East. He's even reportedly argued that the U.S. should consider putting troops in Iran to seize energy infrastructure and force the government from power. And while analysts have suggested that MBS probably would have preferred to avoid the war entirely, now, he's worried that if Trump pulls out, Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf, they'll be left dealing with an emboldened, furious Iran on their own. In the UAE, they appear to be in a similar position, with their leaders reportedly pressing Trump in regular phone calls to finish the job and destroy Iran's military capabilities before moving on. The UAE is also debating whether to send its own military into the fight, and they're already cracking down on Iranian-owned assets in the country. So one of the things we're seeing is that Israel may no longer be the only one whispering in Trump's ear about keeping this war going. Now that said, the Gulf states and Israel, they're not fully aligned. Netanyahu, he's pushed for military action that could force the collapse of the Iranian regime from day one. And Trump, he's sometimes sounded supportive of that goal, but also the American military is focused on degrading Iran's missile and naval capabilities. Intelligence officials have also been skeptical that Iran's government will actually be driven from power. Even senior Israeli officials have reportedly said that Iranian protesters would get slaughtered if they tried to rise up because the Revolutionary Guard Corps is the upper hand. Netanyahu, he's continued pushing for it anyway. And then also there's a deeper strategic split. You have analysts arguing that Israel would be fine with a failed Iranian state, one too consumed by its own chaos to bother Israel. But Saudi Arabia, they'd see that as a nightmare because militias and remnants of the military could keep attacking Saudi oil infrastructure with nobody to rein them in. Though also with this, I have to note that the Saudi government has denied that MBS is pushing to prolong the war, saying in a statement, the kingdom has always supported a peaceful resolution to this conflict even before it began. With that, then bring us to the negotiations. Right after threatening to obliterate Iran's power plans if they didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, Trump backed down and he pushed the deadline 5 days. And a really big thing is that he claimed that there had been very good and productive conversations heading toward a complete and total resolution. But then Iran, they publicly said that there was no negotiation whatsoever, and they accused Trump of making it up to lower energy prices and buy time. And then Trump's attempts to explain who he was negotiating with, it didn't help his credibility.
A top person, don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. No, not the supreme leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second supreme leader, the son. Nobody we have not heard from the Sun, but the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
And then when asked to name the person, he said,
Again, Mr. President, I don't want him to be killed.
which, you know, raises obvious questions given that Israel, the ally that Trump started this war with, has been the one killing Iran's leaders. Then with this, as far as what is actually happening, there does appear to be a small grain of truth buried under Trump's nonsense. Talks are reportedly happening, but they're indirect. Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey are acting as intermediaries between Trump envoy Steve Witkoff and Iran's foreign minister. Iran initially denied any contact and then admitted that the U.S. had sent messages through some friendly countries and that points from the U.S. were being reviewed. But the talks haven't exactly been very good and productive. Right, Iran's demands reportedly include a new system for the Strait of Hormuz where Iran could charge ships passing through, similar to how Egypt charges for the Suez Canal. They also want guarantees that the war won't restart and end to Israel's attacks on Hezbollah, the closure of American military bases in the Gulf, and compensation for war damage, which is something that's interesting to see when you also have Trump telling reporters,
We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Many, like 15 points. 15 points. Well, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. That's number one. That's number 1, 2, and 3. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
Now, currently, it's believed that he kind of pulled that number out of thin air. He also suggested that Iran would give up its enriched uranium, which would be a massive departure from Iran's position. Right, currently, there's no sign that's true, especially given the leverage that Iran has with the Strait right now. Which, on that note, when asked who would control the Strait under this alleged deal, he said,
Maybe me. Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is.
But then also, as we see Trump talking about resolution, the military buildup that we're seeing, it tells a much different story. Last week, the U.S. redirected assault ships carrying 2,500 Marines from the Pacific. They then deployed another roughly 2,500 additional Marines. And now senior officials are reportedly weighing a deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division. Troops that could be involved in a ground operation. All while U.S. and Israeli airstrikes have not let up, and neither have Iranian retaliatory strikes. In fact, today, Iranian missiles caused extensive damage to at least 3 residential buildings in Tel Aviv, injuring at least 6 people. And that is with the Israeli military claiming that one of the missiles carried a warhead weighing roughly 100 kilograms, something that they said we have not yet encountered in the war. Which, if true, it's another sign that Iran can still inflict serious damage across the region. So then with all this, you have Aaron David Miller, a former State Department Mideast negotiator, now at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, writing on X, Trump's war choice has not accomplished his military goals. Iran can still attack the Gulf and manipulate the straits. No nukes, no enrichment, good luck with that. A singularly incompetent use of America's power. And then, connected to all of this is Israel's ongoing invasion of Lebanon. Right, today, you had Israel's defense minister announcing the military would expand its occupation of southern Lebanon, and another minister openly called for annexation. Oh wow, this offensive alone has killed over 1,000 people and displaced more than 1 million, according to the Lebanese government. Right, and the IDF chief of staff said that the campaign has only just begun. But for now, that is where we are. We'll see how this continues.
Oops. Itchy. Gotta scratch my back.
More we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me, Franco, take your personal data off the market. Then, diving right back into the news, we need to talk about how the Supreme Court heard arguments yesterday that could land thousands of ballots in the garbage in the next election and just get Trump one step closer to ending mail-in voting. And all of this is going down while he seemed to be pretty resistant to letting up on the SAVE Act as airport lines spill out the door. Because, you see, during the pandemic, Mississippi passed a law that allowed a 5-day grace period for mail-in ballots as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. But the right, they pushed back on that with the Republican National Committee and the Mississippi Republican Party filing a lawsuit to invalidate it. And the Fifth Circuit Court, they decided that the ballots must be filed and received by Election Day, shooting down the mail-in grace period. And so then we fast forward from that and in oral arguments before the Supreme Court, you had Mississippi's Solicitor General Scott Stewart arguing against the ruling.
The Fifth Circuit was wrong to rule otherwise. This court should reverse.
Left-leaning justices like Ketanji Brown Jackson seem to argue in support of keeping the grace period as well.
The day fixed for the election of the president, end quote, that's the day on which the electors will vote and transmit their votes, and that the president of the Senate would receive their votes at a later date. So this concept of casting one's vote versus the receipt of the vote was very early on distinguished. And this demonstrates that whether you call it 2 elections or not, the casting of the votes can happen temporally, separately from the receiving of the votes.
Then you had the justices on the right seeming poised to uphold the lower court's decision, calling out what they saw as contradictions in Stewart's arguments and questioning how the grace period could undermine confidence in election integrity. But then also you had people like Paul Clement who argued in favor of cutting the grace period, facing questions around states' rights in voting. Liberal Justice Kagan saying that ballot receipt deadlines were something that was a state function, saying that Congress wrote the statutes this way, where, with respect to all elections, the states were setting their own receipt deadlines. And you had some of the other left-leaning justices seeming to agree.
Because it seems to me that we have a very long history of states having a variety of different ballot receipt deadlines to include after Election Day.
However, you're seeing people not too sure that those arguments were enough to save the law. And the stakes here, they are very high. There are at least 28 other states in DC that have similar laws. And that includes battleground states like Nevada. So you have people worried about how this could upend mail-in voting on a national level. And at least until early June, we don't know which way it's gonna go, which, by the way, that is less than 6 months away from a midterm election that feels like life or death for the Democrats. Right? And with all this, you have defenders of the voting grace period saying, this case is about whether millions of voters will be disenfranchised through no fault of their own, saying that this would toss away valid ballots cast by eligible voters for no other reason than the U.S. Postal Service failed to deliver them by Election Day, something that is often entirely out of the voters' control. But then also you have people like Republican National Committee Chairman Joe Gruters saying elections must end on Election Day, which is why the RNC led the way in challenging this harmful state law. And some Republicans have also said this prevents elections from dragging on for days and weeks after voters have cast their ballots, causing confusion and undermining our elections. But that's also pretty hard to take from the party whose leader has been peddling voter fraud conspiracies for the better part of a decade, and also still mail-in voting.
And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it, because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime.
Right, and Trump's been known to reject mail-in voting for seemingly made-up reasons.
You can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. It's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them.
And of course, all of this, it's connected to just his obsession with losing the 2020 election. But all of this, again, as you have the Washington Post reporting that he mailed his ballot for Florida's special election between Emily Gregory and John Maples today. And that's not an outlier thing. He also mailed his ballot back in 2020, which also leaves a weird trail for a man so adamant about the dangers that he sees in mail-in voting.
Brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating.
But also, notably, this comes as Trump was previously trying to strong-arm the SAVE Act through Congress, at one point even refusing to budge on deals that could end the chaos in airports until Congress passes it.
And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include...
I want your opinion on something, Jemmy. God damn, why can't they get that? It's not that hard.
Approaching Stargate.
Is it safe for me to start a Starfield character before this April 7th update for the Skylanes or whatever it's supposed to be? Oh my god. Is it safe to start a new character before April 7th on Starfield when they have the lanes and Skyways update or whatever it is? If I start a character before that, isn't that character's save kind of at risk to their patching, sort of?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Wait, that's what I thought. So, okay, back to the drawing board.
Include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. The Democrats are...
Autopilot jumping.
Give me a list of very deep MMO sandboxes like Eve or Mortal.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Not good enough. No, I played all of these and I want more. Got more. Oh, I'm stuck
Autopilot
on. Oops.
jumping. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Fully to blame with the struggle of the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now.
So this is just, it's part of a concerted effort to make voting more difficult on really all fronts. Whether it's under the guise of this imaginary voter fraud thing, or the idea that we'll somehow find a batch of ballots that overturns an election after a winner is announced, this really all seems more like a play against free elections than anything else. And then on top of this, of course, we're still wondering if we're gonna have to worry about ICE agents moving from the airports to the polls when the time comes as well. And then also, speaking of ICE agents and the shutdown, Senate Republicans are reportedly close to a deal with the Democrats to finally end all this after Trump reportedly caved on his SAVE Act demands, sort of. Republican leaders reportedly were optimistic about reaching an agreement after meeting with Trump at the White House yesterday. The reporters asking Senator Katie Britt if the GOP had a solution, and Britt responded, "We do," and then added, "I'm going to be working through the night, so hopefully we can land this plane." Now, as far as what that solution is, the exact details haven't been made public yet, but it's been widely reported that the plan would fund almost all of the department except for ICE's enforcement and removal operations. Now, very notably here, under this proposal, enforcement and removal would not stop entirely, right? Those functions have already been funded by Trump's big, beautiful bill. And other key areas would still be getting new funding, like ICE's Homeland Security investigations. But denying any additional funds for enforcement and removal operations, it's been a major sticking point for the Democrats throughout this shutdown. So depending on what we see, this could be a pretty significant compromise for them. Also, we're seeing reports that the Republican proposal would provide some guardrails that Democrats have demanded, like requiring officers to wear body cameras, among other measures. And to that point, some Democratic lawmakers have previously expressed support for a deal that could exclude funding for ICE enforcement and removal. But there's also a big catch here that could end up being a deal breaker for the Democrats, because there are actually two parts to the Republican scheme here. Step one, agree to scrap new funding for ICE enforcement and removal in order to get Democrats on board and secure enough votes to reopen DHS. And then step two, immediately turn on the Democrats and pass a separate bill that funds money for enforcement and removal operations by using the budget reconciliation process, which allows them to bypass a 60-vote filibuster. But then also, what's crazy is that scheme was initially rejected by Trump, with him repeatedly telling Republicans to not make a deal with the Democrats until they agreed to pass the SAVE Act. But that SAVE Act is a total non-starter for Democrats who note that voter fraud by non-citizens is incredibly rare, and they argue that the bill would actually prevent millions of eligible citizens from voting because they lack necessary documentation, which is why you had Dem leaders accusing Trump of trying to sabotage sensitive negotiations. But now, if the reporting here is true, Trump's made a complete 180 and embraced the two-part plan. And as far as why he made such a significant shift in such a small amount of time, it appears to be in part because GOP leaders promised him that they would also include elements of the SAVE Act in their future reconciliation bill. But that could be a tall order if it's even possible at all, because lawmakers only use the reconciliation process for legislation directly concerning spending, taxation, or deficit reduction, but the SAVE Act is a policy proposal by nature. Now that said, you have some sources telling Fox News that Republicans could try to focus on the financial aspects of the Save America Act, or things like the provision that threatens to withhold money from states that refuse to comply. But even Fox notes that an argument like that would be difficult to get past the Senate parliamentarian who's responsible for enforcing the strict reconciliation requirements. And that is, this is all developing in real time. It's unclear if right now Democrats would even agree to pass a deal that excludes funding for certain ICE operations when they know that the Republicans intend to turn around and undo those changes. But then also at the same time, there's increasing pressure on both sides to reach some kind of agreement as the shutdown drags on. Or with airport delays getting worse and worse as TSA faces growing call-outs from workers who have gone weeks now without pay. And a lot of airports are still experiencing long lines and delays, even though, Trump's now deployed ICE agents to more than a dozen U.S. airports in a very controversial move that was widely condemned by Democrats. A move that reportedly appeared to have limited effect in reducing security lines as passengers reported wait times as long as 5 hours in Houston and lengthy delays in other major cities. Reports adding that many passengers expressed bewilderment and said the officers did not appear to be doing much. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Tuesday Philip DeFranco Show dive into the news. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow for a brand new Philip DeFranco Show and a brand new episode of my podcast, Crashing Out.
Bada bing, bada boom.
To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a much worse scenario for you.
February 9th, 2026, a shelter-in-place alert goes out to all of the local residents. Not only should you shelter in place, aka get inside and don't go outside, but also you need to urgently turn off the air conditioning in the building for the time being. This is Tucson, Arizona. February 9th, 2026, it's a little hot, a high of 84 that day. It's actually unusually hot for this early on in February, but that is besides the point. The point is, stay inside. Turn off your AC unit. If you really must peek outside your window and you're really unlucky, you've got sweat dripping down your nose and you see this outside, a dark swirling cloud just floating around and it's moving fast, going left, going right. It doesn't really have a strong sense of direction. It looks unpredictable. If you decide to peek open the window to hear what's going on, it's like this humming noise, just like a strong, powerful, overwhelming buzz. It's a bee swarm. There isn't exactly a number count of how many bees there were. It's not like the bees are lining up to a census. However, a typical swarm is documented to have tens of thousands of bees. And these ones in Arizona, they're called killer bees. They tend to be a bit
Africanized.
Temperamental. They will attack in greater numbers with less provocation. They could just decide that they don't like you, and they will chase you a quarter of a mile if they see you as a threat, even if you're begging them to stop. Also, you have to turn off the AC because bees, when they're looking for a new hive, they love anything that has a little bit of moisture and has vibration, which is an AC unit. So then they'll try to make a hive in your AC unit, and God forbid, those bees get sucked into your house. Now they're pissed off. They just went on a tumultuous, turbulent ride, and they have no escape. Not great things are going to happen in that situation.
Yeah.
It's not going to end well for you, the bees, or the AC maintenance guy. Thankfully, the bee swarm in Tucson, Arizona is contained. The shelter in place is removed. That's not the only...
Is that what life is going to be? Shitty Republicans, like, driving our country into the ground with their corrupt, like, grifting and shit, and, like, do nothing like Democrats who are, like, liberals in name only, basically the same corrupt other side of the coin. And then there's, like, Africanized bees that like, shoot in through our air conditioning and like, poor people roaming the streets like zombies in Silent Hill or, like, Resident Evil. And it's just, like, weird. I don't want a Walking Dead, like, African Africanized bee, like, political meltdown world. I don't want that stuff.
Swarm Tucson is dealing with.
Times like this, I'll go for a walk and I'll remember that not all life is like that. You know? Yeah. But it's freezing outside. It's like genuinely cold out there. It's like 45 or 50.
On the other side of Tucson, there is a completely different swarm taking place. They call it Tent City. It's like an RV show. But
Notice I mentioned with the homeless, yeah.
Tents. It almost feels weird because it's like an entire street in a residential neighborhood has been sectioned off. They've got tents lined up. It's like they're trying to sell tents. That's the feeling. It's just tent after tent after tent all lined up. If someone was in the market for tents, it almost seems like the perfect place to walk down the street and see which tent is holding up in the Arizona sun the best. But Tent City is not a real tent selling street. It's just a gathering of tents. Dozens of tents set up on the side of a residential road, staying all day, all night. There are people underneath, full makeup, studio lights.
What?
Typically,
It's all Samantha Guthrie. Oh my God. Reporting live from Samantha Guthrie's house.
next to each tent is an SUV, blacked out windows, one or two people hiding inside away from the heat, someone on a
Oh my God. These people, they're like grubs. They're like human grubs. They're like human grubs that show up after like some massacre or something. And they're all trying to make money off the loss.
call. It seems like all the tents are
I've seen this before in Rust. It's people that come into the battlefield afterwards and they exploit.
here for a specific.
Because right after the battle is a weak moment. The people that are still there might not have any more support or friendship. Their friends might have left already. So the grubs come in and start like kind of ganking you and looking for money and stuff. These people come in after a tragedy and they just, you know, report on it forever. They just keep doing it every day.
House on the street, and they're all facing it. They're parked as close as they can get to this house, setting up their.
There's a bee swarm. Oh my God, there's the media and bee swarms. We used to make fun of this stuff in the 80s. There's like cults and bee swarms in the media, insane clowns and the satanic panic and witchcraft, the devils and all this crazy shit. Roanoke and all this nutty shit, or all the Stephen King stuff. It's just insane. It's just like our imaginations run wild, and it's like I don't need swarms of media and swarms of bees all converging in some kind of terrible nightmare fuel scenario.
The house itself, from drone footage, looks more like a compound, but that could just be the type of homes in this area.
No, it's just the way the homes are in that area. Remember?
Arizona. It's in the
They showed it in Breaking Bad. This is basically a Breaking Bad house. Yeah.
mountains. It looks isolated. The house is surrounded by cactuses that are 2 stories tall, and it's all one floor. It's a ranch style home. It looks like a government building. It's just red brick buildings with an arched doorway to the front porch.
They're all just waiting for Samantha Guthrie to come out and talk about her mom.
Glass windows all around. Architecturally, I mean, I know nothing, but it does look beautiful. But the tents are not here to appreciate craftsmanship. They're all waiting for something weird to happen. And they don't have to wait that long. A woman arrives in front of the red brick house, and she's just sobbing, breaking down. Another woman claimed that she had a vision of what happened, and it led her to the red brick house. There are 4 to 5 foreign men, and you have to look for a basement.
It's an internet thing.
4 to 5 foreign men?
Yeah. Just a vision, just a feeling that she got. And then a woman comes wearing a super short black crop top that just covers her chest, short mini shorts with big black boots. I mean, the outfit is very reminiscent of what Kanye's
It looks like Lady Gaga.
wife, Bianca Sensori, would wear. She's seen taking photos, posing in front of the tents outside of this big red brick house.
What?
Some people are shouting at her from the tents, embarrassing! And she's flicking them off. She continued, she's like posing. She's having a desert photo shoot in front of the tents, in front of the house. It's just a mess over in Tent City. That, of course, mixed with the constant presence of SUVs with tinted windows and yellow do not cross tape that keeps going up and down.
Who are these freaks? They're like, what is their
up and down, taken up.
What is their motivation? There's nothing here except a wrecked family after a kidnapping. Essentially, we assume murder. And like, what is there here? What is here for these ghouls? What is that girl doing? What could she possibly be doing? She's taking pictures. Yeah, sure. She's just like doing Instagram, I guess. She's like an Instagram model or something. And she's trying to reach her weird audience with Samantha Guthrie news. Or Nancy Guthrie news.
Taken down. There's hella...
Some social media stuff like that is really scary. Some influencer stuff like that's really scary. She like shows up looking like a stripper. It's insane.
Helicopters circling this red brick house.
Why is there helicopters up there?
People camping out in the trees like they're practicing guerrilla warfare, but all they have is a super zoom lens camera in their hands, and they're taking pictures.
They're paparazzi.
Everybody's in a tent, and all of these people...
They love tragedy. They live for that shit.
...are documenting the days after Nancy Guthrie has gone.
I watched a Netflix documentary filmed entirely in Italian about the guy who sells all of the world's like paparazzi secrets back to the agents of the fucking celebrities who fuck up and cheat on their spouses or get high or get drunk and fall down outside the bar in LA or whatever, like Lana Del Rey or whatever. And so they sell the pictures of those embarrassing photos back to the celebrity if they don't just sell them to the rags. The rags usually pay pretty well, right? So the rags will buy them first. The magazines, they'll buy them first. But if they don't buy, the victim of the paparazzi will buy, and usually the accountant or the manager or whatever it is, they'll step in and they'll be like, yeah, we're gonna pay this $50,000 because you smashed into somebody when you were high on cocaine and drunk, and you have a DUI now, but there were no witnesses other than that fucking paparazzi who snapped a picture of you very briefly before they took you off in the car. We had to pay $50,000 for that picture so your brand isn't ruined and people don't remember how fucked up and wasted you look as you get out of your crash car, like Jack Doherty basically. And it's just, you know, and it's like and that stuff sells. And so this guy in Italy, he like takes over pretty much all of Italy in terms of their fashion, their money. He's like the Jeffrey Epstein of Italy basically, and he is convicted of like beating his wives and being crazy and just all this catty stuff. And you know, and I think he does go to jail. He goes to jail for a while there for, I think, sleeping with minors or something like that. I don't even remember what it was. Or no, I think it was just extortion. He went to jail for extortion because he was blackmailing all the fucking fashion models and all the fucking actors and all the rich people of the world. And so he's the guy who snaps the picture. You're drunk at 5:30 in the morning when you stumble out of the hotel after you cheated on your husband or something. You're not thinking about the paparazzi. You're thinking about the elevator and a meal. You're not thinking about the fucking paparazzi that might be out there snapping. So he's the Italian guy who paid the original paparazzo to show up outside that hotel lobby and fucking snap you as you come out doing the walk of shame as you cheat on your spouse or whatever. And then TMZ on top of it pays like that Italian dude like $100,000 for it or whatever. And if they don't buy it, he just blackmails somebody else. It's insane. There's no victim. I'm sorry. There's no downside to the business. He never ever doesn't make money. He always makes money off either the celebrity themselves. It's like basically a foolproof business. It's the only foolproof business that I can think of, frankly, and it is true like this in a celebrity obsessed world like this. If you catch the oh shit, I caught something really funny or really bad about this celebrity moment on camera, you have blackmail fuel, and you can just go back and you can blackmail their agent or the celebrity themselves, or you can just sell it to the rags for $50, $10, $20, $30, $40, $50, $100,000, $250,000, depending on how crazy the celebrity is. Like, who's the biggest person in the world right now? Like Taylor Swift. So if there was something, she went on like a bender and stumbled out of like the Whiskey A Go-Go Club in LA or whatever, that would be big news for the whole world. It would eclipse Nancy Guthrie. It would just be huge news for the whole world. Now, Taylor Swift gets too drunk like everybody else. If she even imbibes alcohol, she might not. I don't know anything about Taylor Swift, and I don't care. But that picture that the paparazzi take, if she wants that to stay out of the media, she just pays him to completely send her the picture and promise them that there's no other copies and all this stuff. And he did this with them. Every promise that he made, he kept for 20 years or whatever. Every time they bought him, he just kept his promise because he didn't care. He has this endless profitability, I think Jeffrey Epstein had this too. He had this endless profitability thing where if the outright outright celebrity didn't pay them, the magazines would. There's no downside to his business in turn, except for the lives that it ruins. Eventually they stuck him in jail over it because it is blackmail and extortion basically, but it's still like this thing that everyone engages in willingly except for the celebrity. Everybody around them, the fans, everybody engages in this. It's this attention deficit, commodity culture. And it's fucking nuts. And that guy blew my fucking mind. I was like, wow, you can just, if you're lucky, I guess how you get started is you pick a celebrity, the biggest in the world, and you just follow them around waiting for a weak spot moment. And when you catch it, even though it might take you 5 months to get it or whatever it is, or even a year, you might even end up partying with the celebrity. You don't know. But in the end, you snap them in their weak moment when they cheat on their girlfriend or their boyfriend or something, or they do some lines of cocaine and they fall on their fucking ass like Lana Del Rey and they snap pictures. You know, I thought Lana Del Rey dealt with it really well. She put it in her video for video games. She just like falls on her fucking ass while she's strung out on heroin and alcohol and shit and barbiturates and downers and probably all that other shit that like Wolf of Wall Street guy was on. She was on so many drugs when she fell on her fucking ass. She comes strolling out of a club and she's having I think a fight with her boyfriend or something, or this is the paparazzi. I think she was fighting with the paparazzi and she comes stumbling out of the fucking club and fell on her fucking ass in high heels and an expensive dress, and it was the most embarrassing fall I've ever seen a celebrity make. And it was probably a wake-up moment for her, and it was probably really terrible. But the paparazzo, they fucking snapped the shot as she falls on her fucking ass, and you can see the flashes on the camera going off. It's like snap, 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 as it fires like 1 million fucking flashes in a minute or whatever it is. It's a lot. It's like 200 flashes in a minute or something. You can see and hear it going off. It goes click, 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 as they rattle like rattlesnakes. And this terrifies the celebrity because all these fucking paparazzo around them suddenly start rattling like rattlesnakes as the fucking flashes go off like some kind of fucking flashbang. It goes snap, 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 and it sounds like a rattlesnake going off, and it terrifies and completely fucking like I don't know what the word would be, like befuddles and bewilders the celebrity, and they're just stuck there in the spotlight like a rabbit in the fucking spotlights. And then every fucking news outlet in the fucking world goes live with the fucking picture inside of 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's about a 3-hour turnaround. But yes, you better expect it by this time in 2.5. By the time this movie is over, people in Bali, India, are gonna know that you fell on your fucking ass outside Whiskey A Go Go. It's that crazy, the attention culture. I hate it. This is why I would never ever accept fame willingly. I just wouldn't do it. I'm smarter than that. I know what it did to John Lennon. I know what it did to all my fucking heroes. I have no fucking desire for it. My mom goes, "Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you playing the video games," and I'm like, "Oh, that's okay. It's actually it's actually like a 46,000 hour stream and video recordings for my YouTube with half of an album that I produced and a fucking, that I self-wrote myself and all this shit, and and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of streaming and interest, and 100,000 people have been through my channel. They don't sub, but they've been through my fucking channel." And it's like, and she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt your video games and all this," but I go, "It's okay. I don't want that fucking fame and clout that all you pieces of shit fucking worship anyways." And I don't mean my mother. I'm talking about like all the people that follow the TMZ celebrity gossip train, the toxic gossip train, like what's her name was singing about. Like, and I don't follow that shit. Like, one of the things that sickened me about my mother, and I love my mother, I'm not saying she sickens me in general, but there's something that she does that sickens me. She knows all of the names of the celebrities' kids. You can quiz her on it, and she'll tell you what Brad Pitt's kids' names are, or Gwen Stefani's kids' names are. For some reason, my mom has kids on her brain. She's like a nurturing lady, and she likes people's pedigrees, basically. She also did the same thing in the Scottish fold cat world, where she appreciates pedigrees the way that a fucking, way a horse breeder would. So she tracks celebrities' kids like they're fucking racehorses, and she can name all of them and how old they are and how well they're doing. I don't know why she does this, but that can't possibly be good for celebrities. And it's the example that I cite when anybody ever asks me why I don't try harder to be rich or famous or clout or any of that shit. It could even be an angry DM. I'd be like, "What, that fame, money, and clout shit that ruins everybody I ever worshipped? Yeah, no thanks, no thank you. The chat's turned off. I don't give give a flying fuck about money. I don't need their sponsorships, and I don't want their fucking clout or elevating me above the fucking crowd. I don't want that fucking shit. I don't care if I have the fucking gift of gab or whatever. I don't want it, understand? I don't want that fucking interest. I don't want them selling my pictures to paparazzo and shit like that. I don't want that stupid shit. That shit is for losers. I don't care if money comes along with it. I don't care if money comes along with it. It's not good. It's not good for your life. You saw what it did to the Mary Kate and Olsen twins or whatever. That was insane. It's just like what they did to those kids when they were young. It's like that's what that money and that pressure means. Fuck that. I like But these people, they can't live without it. Not only are they addicted to it, they're in self-denial about how destructive it is. So then they're all like rabbit in the headlights as the paparazzo snap their pictures for 90 seconds straight. And I mean 90 seconds, like, you know, like they're taking 200 shots a second, and they're just like, wait, we got something. What a scoop! They used to make fun of it on the Fox shows like The Simpsons. What a scoop! Because these assholes, they're assholes. They're like they full-blown kill Princess Di. They're fucking assholes. They're not really good people. They like come crawling out of the woodwork like some kind of grub. They're like the human real life versions of Rust Grubs, and they show up after some terrible celebrity tragedy or scandal, and they start snapping, what a scoop! It is disgusting. It is grub behavior. I hate TMZ and the attack culture. I'm the anti-TMZ attack culture guy. I show all these attack videos because I think it shows like the target fairly well, but I don't support the attacks. I wish they weren't there, frankly.
Nancy Guthrie, the woman.
This is kind of an attack piece on Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, believe it or not. And he might be looking guilty, but I mean, it is like a hit piece on YouTube aimed at the husband of the son-in-law of a kidnapped lady. And sure, he might have done this, or he might be involved in all that, and this might not be a hit piece, but understand, this man's life is over. You understand? Because some attack artist, like Rotten Mango, or probably more like, what's the big one? The big famous one, what's her name? On Fox or whatever, I can't think of her fucking name. She's really bad. Nancy Grace or whatever. Nancy Grace starts off after this whole family's tragedy, like it's like fucking blood and chum in the fucking water, and all these sharks show up, and then they start fucking inquisitoring all these internet fucking, I'm one of them. I'm one of these internet sleuths, you know? All the internet sleuths start their conjecture, and it's this crazy fucking rumor mill.
That lived in the red brick house.
And it's the toxic gossip train. It actually absolutely is. I hate that song, and I don't like that lady. But like, she was right about the toxic gossip train. It's like this like runaway bullet train that everybody engages in, and my mom knows the names of your kids. It's fucking weird. My mom knows the names of your kids. Why does my mom know the names of your kids? She's never met them. It's just as creepy as some child molester in some ways. It's like she's not my mom, but just the fact that the public is fucking ravenous for details about these people that they venerate over themselves. It's an attitude I don't appreciate, and I don't like it. They call it bougie, and I don't like it. It's their bougie bullshit.
She's missing, and they're documenting day one.
84 years old. Where could she possibly be? If she's not sitting in her fucking couch, where is she? Where could she possibly be? She should be sitting on her couch, or doing what my mom does. Sit on her couch, lie in her bed, or sit in front of her laptop and correspond with all of her friends and everything. That's what a lady her age should be doing. I'm sorry, but a lady who is that old, 84, should definitely be like, you know, pruning her rose bushes or sitting in her chair in her living room watching her daughter do the news or whatever. That's what a lady like this should be doing. But no, she's fucking disappearing because the ghouls that camp outside her daughter's house took her. It's going to be the ghouls. It's not the same people, but it's all the same ghouls that look at this shit like it's some kind of crazy interest piece. The human interest stories, they've always massively compelled our press and our public. It's insane. So yeah, the same ghouls that camp outside her house in big rows of tents and stuff are the people who probably kidnapped her mother in the end. They're not the same exact people, but it's the same avarice that leads to that same outcome. It's that avarice of disregard of your fellow human being's privacy. And it's a disregard of privacy. It's disregard of privacy to kidnap the poor lady in the first fucking place. If that's what even happened, we don't know. We don't know what happened to this lady. Aliens could have taken her. We really don't know what happened to this fucking lady. Where the fuck is she?
Day 2, day 3.
How are you going to tell me in this fucking CCTV television America that you don't know where this lady is? There's cameras fucking everywhere. She can't travel down the road by her fucking house. Since the last time we saw her, she went out down the road, down her fucking house. I don't care if she lives rural. There's still probably cameras out there. And you can probably trace every last bit of every one of her movements all the way through to where she went. I guarantee it. We had that kind of tracking. If not with the CCTV cameras, you can probably do it with the satellites. Now it's a monumental it's a monumental uptaking to try and do that. You can't do that. It's not as easy as me talking about it. But I mean, like, how is this lady fucking missing? We don't live in a culture or a planet where that's basically possible, especially if you're rich and famous like this. It's not really possible. Her phone should have had a tracker. Her car should have had a tracker. Her mom probably told her to get an RFID chip if they're scared of kidnappings and stuff like this. It's insane. They'll put an RFID chip under your fucking skin. It's insane. Some of these celebrities do stuff like that because they're scared of kidnapping. There's all these things that should have been here for this poor lady, but she probably didn't see it coming. The ghouls that not only probably kidnapped her, but also revel outside her house in a tent encampment of crazy TMZ reporters. And I'm sorry, but they are ghouls. That's the word that we should use for them. They are ghouls. That's a word I heard lately that I actually really fucking like. I like the word ghouls as a diss word for all of these people that put the bag above everybody around them. These people, I can tell you what, just like I can tell you woke is waking up in the morning and realizing that your government doesn't love you anymore. And that's an accurate appraisal, I would say. I've always thought that definition is accurate. Yeah. And then, so I'll tell you what ghouls are. They're people who disregard the people around them, their community, just randos, their peers, everybody around them. They will disregard it for the bag. They will disregard all these people around them for the fucking bag. The paparazzi do it. The kidnapper does it. They disregard all the human feelings of the whole country and what it was going to be. That this poor lady went fucking missing in the middle of broad daylight. What the fuck is that?
Being taken from her home.
What's the deal with her? Was she taken from her home in the middle of broad daylight? That's not the America that I know. Where's the FBI entrenched fucking black Apache helicopters buzzing around the neighborhood looking for heat traces and stuff? Because how did whoever did this get away? But I mean, they probably didn't know right away. Whoever did this is not a bad criminal, I think, because they've gotten away with it.
And even with a
might be the CIA.
$1 million.
That lady's crying, and she's looking like she's lost her mother, but it also looks like she's been stabbed in the back by the establishment. The tears on her face, they don't look like tears of sorrow. She's probably already dealt with that aspect of this. They look like the tears of somebody who's at war with the establishment, in my opinion.
Reward. The head of the FBI getting...
She probably can't work.
Involved.
We will investigate.
I don't want Kash Patel in this case. Kash Patel couldn't find his own ass with a goddamn SEAL Team 6 search team and a fucking flashlight. I don't want Kash Patel on this. I want Kash Patel out.
And ensure you are held accountable for...
I don't want Kash Patel wasting his time on this shit. We have an ICE crisis. A crisis, you know? But with ICE. We have a crisis. We have a crisis with ICE. I don't want Kash Patel on this. This is a celebrity's mother. It doesn't have the same weight that ICE does. Not to diminish, poor Nancy or Samantha's fucking value. It's just the truth, though. We have an ICE crisis. I don't want Kash Patel on Nancy's mother. I don't want him on that. That's something for PIs and rich people to solve. I don't think the government, the government should look into it. And there should be FBI assigned to this, but I don't want Kash Patel looking into it. That will just turn it into a fucking sideshow. Kash Patel can't find shit.
Trump getting involved.
But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made.
There are still no...
Yeah, you think progress has been made? It's been weeks. You really think progress has been made? You fucking liar.
Solid answers. And when there's no solid answers, people tend to start creating their own. Like, is this case a cover-up for something else?
No, I think it's a celebrity kidnapping. You go looking for you go looking for whoever stands to benefit, dude. It's kind of like all the crazy, weird metaphors they made about kidnappings and stuff in The Big Lebowski. It's like you look for the person, V.I. Lenin or whatever. You look for the person who stands to benefit, right? You look for the person that stands to benefit. And you'll find the corruption. It's not that hard. No, not Outlook. Why did you say Outlook? I don't want Outlook, you fucking idiot. What was the VI Lenin quote? Yeah, what is that one? It's like the phrase Lenin uses, qui prodest, which is Latin for who stands to gain. Yeah, who profits, right? He used this in his 1913 article, Who Stands to Gain, to argue that understand the true purpose of political actions like military spending, one must identify who benefits from them. And I would say that's like, so who stands to gain if Samantha's mother is kidnapped? Nancy is kidnapped. Who stands to gain? The kidnapper. So yeah, I think it's a basic kidnapping, as sad as it is. When it blew up on them and they realized that they were the most wanted criminal of all time now, they probably did something really nasty and moved on. And that sucks, but that's where I'm landing on it. I don't think this is some conspiracy. Nothing has pointed to that. She went missing the way a kidnapping would go. Poof, gone. Just poof.
About this case. This is the case of Nancy Guthrie.
Why?
And all of the conspiracies.
This is my worst nightmare. Just my mother fucking disappearing. It is. I shouldn't say it, but it is. It's like, what do you do? Do you go off like Liam Neeson? I'm going taking on their fucking asses. And you go burning up the whole world looking for them. I don't know. I don't know what you do. What do you do?
And
do you build a career like Unsolved Mysteries guy, Robert Stack or whatever, and you chase your son for your mom for 30 years? Is that what Samantha Guthrie does? It's insane. That's this kind of warfare. It's emotional warfare done in the social media sphere to bring the comfort of the entire country, especially the female side of this country. If anybody's mother can just be goddamn kidnapped, what's the point of all of this? If anybody's mother can just be black bag like this in the middle of day, especially celebrity's mother.
Rumors, including, is this case...
This is not the America that we grew up in. It's this terribly scary place where it could be a school shooting next, or your mother gets abducted next, or it's everything's the gulag now, or there's all these poor people down by the river, or whatever. It's crazy. It's like, this was not the America that we've ever had. This is accepting less. It's something about it. We would have normally, okay, like when you watch like Wendigoon talk about the cave, we moved heaven and earth to get down there to try to get that guy out of that fucking cave, but I don't think that's what they're doing with Nancy Guthrie. I don't think they're searching the cave for Nancy Guthrie. I think they're using Nancy Guthrie.
Used as a headline cover-up to bury everything else that has
Remember the cave where they send dude after dude after dude into the terribly narrow place that the guys got wedged in, and they keep him alive with a straw for like 72 hours, and they keep sending more and more people in there who might get caught in there just like him and die, and they just keep trying, and the whole world finds out, and all these newspaper and crazy people come, and they clog up the cave, and they stuff all the outhouses, and they buy all the hotel rooms in town, and they have their outside prurient, human interest thing, and they make demands from the president that he does something and all this crazy shit. But in the end, the guy just dies in the cave. It's not like all that interest is going to fix anything.
Been happening in the U.S.
It's an apt metaphor for this. It's been so fucking long that I don't say we give up. I'm just saying that what are the fucking chances this woman is either in some kind of crazy Patty Hearst like kidnapping situation where she's sitting in some motel somewhere with a bag over her head, and the kidnapper's praying that the maid doesn't keep knocking on the door or whatever, or she's gone, dead and gone, or I just want to keep it brief and as unpleasant as and as least unpleasant as possible, or she has been assassinated or something, and now the evidence is missing. There's like 3 things that could have happened. I don't know, but or she could have just wandered off, I suppose. That's always sort of a random thing, and my imagination is probably not good enough here. There could have been a lot of other things, like the aliens could have abducted her, the fucking, they've come, even the government's kind of come to accept that there is like enough alien proof. It's insane. There's all kinds of insane things that could have happened here. I don't know. Did the aliens abduct her? Fuck no. It's going to be some kidnapper. It stinks of criminal prurient interest based around money, interest, and clout. It stinks of it. It's going to be a very human kidnapper. It's a cash grab on many different levels, and I think they knew it was going to be too. I think that's the point of it. But your imagination runs wild. Maybe it's just some halfway dim-witted, intellectually fucking stymied, like drug addict criminal who just kidnapped some rich lady that he happened to meet or something, and it just went south. We don't know what happened here. My imagination runs wild, and it's not helpful to anybody.
Sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to follow in Savannah Guthrie's footsteps.
Oh no, I think I'm probably gonna go on a Rotten Mango kick now, which is like, man, I don't know, man. Her content is very dark.
And donate to NECMEC, aka the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, in an effort to raise visibility and action for various missing person cases that haven't received widespread attention.
Yep.
This episode's partnerships have also made
For
it
every
possible to
like 2 years of media attention that we do for this, there's like 2 million other victims who don't get paid attention to, which isn't good.
Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case involves mentions of kidnapping, not of minors, but of elders, which is still a very vulnerable population. So if kidnapping, elder abuse is sensitive, please watch with discretion. And a few housekeeping disclaimers. Statements and quotes may be condensed for brevity, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in the court of law. We tried to touch base on everything in this case as neutrally as possible. There has been a lot of internet debate and discourse about who could be possible suspects.
Yeah, this is a hot potato. I have pointedly not done this on my stream until now. I wanted to look at this 3 months after the fact or whatever it's been. How long has Nancy been gone? How long has Nancy been missing? 7 weeks, 52 days. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. It's not like I'm making assumptions. It's just, goddamn, she better be in a hotel room somewhere with some kidnapper who's terrified to shit, who has, like, you know, like, one can imagine, what's the best case scenario here? She's got Stockholm Syndrome now because she's been in some motel room with somebody in Kansas somewhere, and she's abducted, but she can't move or they'll kill her or something. I don't know. I'm just praying that that's what the case is, but it's probably never that nice. It's never that good.
That there have been no suspects.
And so, like, you know, no suspects
named by any law enforcement.
So I pointedly avoided this. I was like, I think I want to look at this 2 or 3 months later because it's just too dark. That's that no hope area of the internet where it's just macabre and dark.
This is just people coming up with answers in a time when there are none.
It's right up there with school shootings. It's this level of violence, black bag abductions, that we just don't want in America.
So
you can condemn it and clutch your pearls all day, but I mean, what else are you going to do? Embrace it? You have to clutch your pearls about this. We cannot have people abducting old ladies in the middle of the day. We can't have that in America or anywhere else, really. We can't have that on this planet. This is not a shop for that sort of anarchy. We don't want that sort of thing.
That being said, if you have seen anything, please call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. So with that, let's get started. I think tall people are scary. Okay, to clarify, I think abnormally tall people are scary. I'm not even talking like humanly tall, 7 feet, 8 feet. I've never met people that are that tall. But even the tallest man in history, which was close to 9 feet, Robert Wadlow, I don't think he's scary. I'm talking even taller. There is something about super tall human-like forms, I think, that just freak people out. It's the center of a lot of urban legends and stories.
Slender Man,
skinwalkers, technically Bigfoot, but even those are rarely 40 feet tall. 40 feet tall is like a 4-story building. If you're walking in a neighborhood at night and you see this shadow of a 40-foot figure with 3 arms sticking up into the air, I would probably scream. But I also don't live in the Catalina foothills, and I've never seen a saguaro cactus. These cactuses are huge. They're 40 feet tall, and they look kind of human in the night. And Tucson, Arizona is a very unique place where they have anti-light pollution ordinances in place, so they don't let you have bright city lights, or even in the suburbs, you can't have those really bright lights that light up your driveway, light up the outside exterior of your home.
No, they don't want the desert like that, no.
Really?
Yeah, so it's dark.
It's dark outside in the desert, yep.
To protect the wildlife? Or
no, Tucson is known for just beautiful astronomy.
Oh, I see. Huh.
So you can go there and the sky is stunning, but it's not bright that it's just like reflecting everything onto the street. There's no street lights in most residential areas. It's dark. And so you've got that coupled with these 40-foot tall saguaro cactuses. It's an interesting environment. The Catalina foothills specifically tend to have nicer homes. It feels kind of suburban, but not suburban. I know with this case in particular, a lot of people thought that Nancy Guthrie was just living in like a regular residential neighborhood where the houses are kind of close together, which comes
No,
to
she
the
was
question
probably
of
out in a really secluded area for them to get her like this.
why did anybody not see anything? How does that make sense? These houses are sitting on a one.
Like, I love where I live because it's like where I live, it will always be a natural defense against home intruders, because before they ever reach my front door, they have to enter the eyesight. And this is for anybody who ever is thinking about trying something like that. If anybody ever comes after me, understand my front door is in view of like 15 neighbors' windows, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like an apartment complex like that, and I love that, and we do live in that place, and every time a delivery man comes, the dog barks, and a bunch of neighbors who are older who have time take a look at who's there. I see them doing it all the time. They're looky-loos, you know? And I've got good neighbors especially most of the year, who sit outside their fucking houses and shit. And so, like, I love where I live. I do feel very, very safe here in terms of, like, a surprise attack. No.
1 acre lot. You don't see your neighbor.
If the neighbors don't notice, my mother will. If my mother's dog doesn't notice, etc. It's like, you know, if there's a lot, if the cameras don't notice, if the systems in place don't trip, if there's like, you know, that would be insanely unlikely. It's insanely unlikely. I feel like I will have warning.
Neighbors from your own house window. If you're standing in your backyard, it's highly unlikely that you'll spot a neighbor. Even if you go to the front yard, most of the homes are so deep into the lot with a ton of cactuses.
Yeah, they're sunken is what they call it.
And brush just like in the front. You don't even see anyone at the front door if you're driving by. It also doesn't help that there's no street lights, and it's also very scary at times because everything in the area has thorns, cactuses that are taller than people. Everything is pokey, and it's in this neighborhood that
it's like stay out during the night.
Guthrie family is kidnapped from this red brick house, and all we have is the doorbell footage. We don't even have the doorbell. The doorbell is gone. Whoever did this appears to have, though it's unconfirmed, a lot of things are unconfirmed, ripped off the doorbell and taken it with them. So naturally,
someone like yanked the Ring doorbell.
Yeah, because they can probably digitally backcode those and get what they're looking for. That implies CIA.
Off the wall?
Yeah. Google Nest, but yes.
What?
So naturally, the footage is in all black and white. The camera captures the arched brick entryway and this small porch area before you get to the front door. And there is a man fully clothed, ski mask with just the eyes and the mouth cut out, walking up to the door. Off the bat, there are a few startling things to note in this footage. He seems to have a really full backpack on. The backpack looks stuffed with something, and probably nothing good. And then there's a gun holster right in front of his crotch, which is an odd placement. Nope.
There's the kidnapper. I stand on my assumption that it's a nasty kidnapper. There he is. It's there for you to see.
Nobody puts a gun.
The fuck is Balaclava doing in Tucson? The fuck are you doing, dude? Go join a military somewhere. What the fuck? You are soaking some old lady. What the fuck are you doing? You are wasted here. Go do this weird like crazy fucking like thieves in the night shit somewhere else. Go join a military service or something and do it for them. Don't do this.
Gun holster right in front and center. Nobody wears their gun like that.
No, nobody wears a gun like that.
It's such an odd thing to do unless you really just want to look as terrifying as possible.
For the doorbell cam?
I mean, I can't think of any other reason. I think walking up to a woman's home dressed as such with a gun placed on the groin.
Yeah, a balaclava and a gun on the groin. You're gonna get the cops called immediately. I don't think she's gonna answer the door even.
Area.
She's gonna be like, I don't know who's here. The door's locked, thank God. I'm calling 911. There's a man in a balaclava and a gun standing on my porch. And they're like, are you serious, ma'am? It'll take us 27 minutes to reach you. And she's like, yeah, I'm serious. Get them out here. And then she gets into the battle of her life.
Add an additional terrifying element. Side note, it is also believed that the front holster, the gun holster, was made for a longer barrel gun, but the gun that they had in was a small semi-automatic gun. So it's not like safely secured right in front of their crotch. He has gloves on. And
yeah, that looks like a loose weapon, like he's ready to draw and kill somebody.
Inside of his mouth, and he's using that to guide himself in the dark. We know based off the footage.
He has
the
a
suspect is
what?
mouth, crotch.
What happened here? Whoa, bitch. I did not even hit a
I
button.
think walking up to a woman's home dressed as such with a gun placed on the groin area would add an additional terrifying element. Side note, it is also believed that the front holster, the gun holster, was made for a longer barrel gun, but the gun that they had in was a small semi-automatic gun. So it's not...
Yeah, he had like a sap in the wrong holster.
And it's not like safely secured.
Oh God, Rust has turned me into somebody who knows all the tactics that these weird shitheads use.
Right in front of their crotch. He has gloves on and a flashlight.
A sap is a really insufficient weapon for any sort of real battle situation. What are you going to do? Kill the cop that comes? What are you going to do with that weapon? I guess maybe if you have to brandish it against Nancy herself to get her to do what you want her to do, I guess that's what that gun's for. Because it's like, yeah, if I'm doing something like this, I'm bringing something bigger than that.
Inside of his mouth, and he's using that to guide himself in the dark. We know based off the footage, the suspect is around 5'9", 5'10". They have an
white. He
average
moves white.
build. They had an Ozark Trail hiker backpack that you can buy exclusively from Walmart. He walks up to the front door. He's very casual. He isn't constantly glancing around behind him to check if somebody is driving up or is on the road. He seems like he's at least familiar with the front door. Whether that means he's seen pictures of it, gone there before, went there.
It's just somebody that they know who got tired of poverty or whatever. Oh my God. But that would fit the level of random. It would fit just some thief in their personal lives. It kind of fits. Some thief in their fucking personal life. Yes. There you go.
There last year trick-or-treating. Like, we don't know. It's just public speculation. But it just seems like someone that has seen this door and knows exactly what to expect. Except it doesn't seem like he expects a doorbell camera. He tries to cover the Google Nest front doorbell camera with his gloved hand. So he keeps like shoving his hand in front of it. Okay. And then later he walks back out of the porch to go grab some foliage, some leaves, some branches, some flowers, and then he tries to shove it into the camera to cover it. And when that doesn't work, it's
this guy. This is the guy. Look, we saw this earlier, didn't we? It's instead of painter's tape, it's somebody on the inside. It's somebody on the inside who knew Nancy, and he's a jackass who maybe even lives here or something like that. And he's trying to rob his own house or whatever it is. It's fucking crazy. What's the story, Morning Glory? And you see he's basically pulling the same shit again as that last case that we looked at. He's trying to painter's tape his own ring, his own doorbell.
It's presumed that he just rips the camera from the door, disconnecting it entirely.
How would you do that? I guess, yeah, those things mount. So what do? You get like a little tiny crowbar and you pop it out? How would you rip out a doorbell? How would you do that even? Would you just get your middle finger in some kind of hole and just start pulling like a fucking glory hole or something? How would you pull a doorbell out of the wall?
And once that footage disconnects, the only thing...
Those ringers, I guess they kind of attach, don't they? They're like a newer tech, and they attach to the wall.
That the public will know soon after is that around 2 a.m, February 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie, the woman living alone in that house, will be gone. And there will be droplets of blood on the ground of the front porch.
Oh, no.
That are confirmed to belong to Nancy Guthrie.
He must have shot her or something. And she's gone. She must have resisted him.
The Guthrie family
Blood looks like signs of struggle.
Are very well known all over the U.S., but especially so in Arizona. So the family consists of Nancy and Charles Guthrie. Charles Guthrie passed away a long time ago, so it's mainly just 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Nancy and her husband Charles went to the University of Kentucky, and that's how they met. And the two of them have 3 children, Annie, Cameron, and Savannah Guthrie. Annie is a writer and a jeweler. She teaches classes, creative writing courses at the University of Arizona Poetry Center. She also has a book on the craft of jewelry making. She's married to a man named Tommaso. He's very important later. They share a young child together. And I say important later because of the online discourse, not because of anything
matters
else.
to the case.
Okay, so you've got Annie and her husband Tommaso. Then you have the next child, Cameron. He is a former pilot of the Air National Guard. So he retired as an F-16 pilot.
Wow.
Then there's Savannah Guthrie. She is an attorney. She's also a massive TV anchor. So she previously worked at Court TV covering a lot of criminal cases.
Oh, that's where she's from, Court
But now
TV.
she's most known for being the co-host of the Today Show for NBC. Hi, Mom.
Hi.
You ready to cook?
I'm ready.
And just because everyone's partners are being, poken about and brought up. Savannah was previously married to a BBC journalist, Mark Orchard. Then she divorced and remarried to a man named Michael Feldman, who is a political consultant. They also have young children. Savannah was going to be co-hosting the Olympic ceremony for NBC as a co-host for the Winter Olympics, but she could not attend because February 1st, someone kidnaps her mother. But who would want to take 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie? I know it sounds morbid, but a lot of the conversation online was, if you had to bet money, and I know that sounds weird, but I think it just points to the confusion that people have. If you had to assume that someone was going to get kidnapped, maybe it's the one that's nationally known. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you take an...
Nope, because if you take the nationally known one, you get all of the blue meanies all at once. It's 5 stars, right? But if you take her mother, maybe they don't try so hard.
elderly woman from her home when she's sleeping? What do you...
They can't justify that just because it's a celebrity's, mother, that she's any more important than any of their other cases. And from the criminal's point of view, it's actually wiser to take her mother, I think. It's insane for a lot of reasons. But the main one is if a celebrity goes missing, it fucks with their power structure so fucking badly. There's always got to be some explanation or something. So that's like kicking, it's like literally like kicking it's like the girl with the dragon tattoo or whatever. It's kicking the hornet's nest. You don't want to do that because it just makes your likelihood of your crime not being caught, you not being caught for your crime is very much like lower if all of the world's pigs are chasing you. So you take her mother and you're still successful with the same amount of money you would have got getting her. I think something went bad at points of entry, which is disgusting.
Want from her? If
you're going to kidnap somebody, I wouldn't put a gun in the situation. I would find some way to tranquilize them or captivate them in a car or something like that, where, they just don't even have the ability to maybe come and attack me, even if it is an old person. Maybe I don't want them to attack me, take the gun from me and or use my sympathy against me or something like that. So maybe I just removed that from the equation entirely. Whoever this wasn't thinking that far.
He can barely walk 100.
I'm not taking a gun into a hostage situation, even if I'm the one taking the hostage, believe it or not. I'll take the gun around the entry points of wherever it is I've taken the hostage and all this, but I'm not taking the gun around the hostage, because if there's anybody in the world that might take a gun away from you and use it against you, it's the hostage that you just took. So logically, you want to avoid putting the pistol in the same room as the hostage. Does that make sense? It's basic shit. Like, I don't know. I would never take a hostage. I'm just saying, if I'm taking a hostage, I'm not keeping a gun in the same room as the hostage. Then they're just thinking about, looking for, maybe you fart or cough or something, or maybe there's a distraction. Maybe you laugh at something, whatever it is. And they go diving for the pistol. They grab it and they shoot your ass, right? So I'm just not putting the pistol in the same room as the kidnapping victim if I ever were to do something like that. And I would never do something like that.
100 feet on her own. Now, I will say that she is 84.
I'm just saying, logically, you probably wouldn't really want to bring a weapon anywhere near the kidnapping victim, because they might try and throw their life away to try to get the weapon away from you and use it against you. So you just don't put that math in the equation or whatever,
But all reports and the Guthrie family have been steadfast in the fact that she is so mentally sharp. She's all there, like cognitively.
My mom's like that. She's all there, even for her age. Something about it, like if she was scared, especially, my mom was like razor fucking sharp or whatever. I know she knows what's going on. She complains about losing some of her faculties, and I'm sure that it's harder for her, but she's still a very, very, very sharp lady, right around this lady's age,
She's sharp as a tack, but she does have mobility issues.
Yeah.
And
she can't move very far, very fast.
Is on medications every day. And
yeah, they all are.
That's another thing. She can't walk on her own. Needs these medications. She has a pace.
Do you know what makes you old? It's not age or wrinkles on your skin or even what's in your heart or who you are. You might hear all that Disney stuff about age is relative, and and it's all it's all in the mind, it's all in the heart and all that stuff. It's all some crazy nepotism, what's it called, meritocracy, like gift from heaven, manna from heaven or whatever. But no, in reality, around the age of like 40 or so, you're going to go visit the doctor, and the doctor's going to be like, you have high cholesterol, you have high blood pressure, you are not sleeping right, you are sick of this or that, your allergy is this or that, and all this other stuff. And they're gonna be like, here's a rasher of pills, like 5 pills, and you'll feel much better. And that's what they do, and that's how you know you're old. And it probably won't happen until you're like 40, around there. 41 is usually about when it happens. And one day you'll wake up and you'll think, I'm that guy who somehow dodged that bullet. It doesn't matter if you walk 5 miles every day like me. It doesn't matter, or lose 200 pounds or whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, you still end up on like 5 pills from the doctors for whatever problems you have. That's how you know you're old. It was very depressing for me. They tried to put me on they found out that I wasn't breathing when I was sleeping, and they call that, what's it called? See, I don't snore at all. I'm not a loud snorer, and I never have been, but I do have very bad, what's it called? Sleep apnea, where I just stop breathing when I'm sleeping. And I know what it is too. All of my life I sucked in my stomach. So now I have a psychological thing about sucking in my stomach. And when I'm dreaming, when I'm asleep, I suck in my stomach, and that causes me to stop breathing because I'm like holding my breath. And I know what causes it, and I'll probably die of it too. It's insane. I don't know if I'll probably die of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one that takes me out when I'm like maybe 86 or this poor lady's age or whatever. I bet I'm sleeping one night when I'm like 86 or 90 or something like that, and I just forget to breathe. And that's probably what it's going to be.
Peacemaker.
I already know, because I have problems with that right now. I got problems with that when I was like 35. When I'm 90, it'll be way, way, way worse, and they will have me on a real sleep apnea machine, and they'll be worried about it, and they'll be like, you have to run the machine. Right now, they're okay, and they're like, you have lost 200 pounds, and you're doing much, much better. You don't have to use the sleep apnea machine if you don't want to, because you're not experiencing the same kind of sleep deprivation all of it. You're not facing the same kind of sleep deprivation. You're not facing the same kind of sleep problems. My blood pressure went from 155 over 110 to like 128 over 118, something like that. And that's a sea change for these doctors. They don't often see that, and it usually takes like a crazy medication like what they gave me, Mount Charo or whatever, the peptiglutide needle, and they gave me Mount Charo, and I did lose like 165 pounds or something like on it, 170 pounds. And like that is good, but that's gonna be my future. In the end, I'll have some machine that helps me breathe at night because I forget to fall asleep. That's what happens. That's what growing old is. Now, I'm sure the young audience probably doesn't relate to it, But I mean, that's what will happen.
I will say that she is a
Youth is this crazy assumption that won't happen to you. That's what youth actually is. This feeling that you're invincible, because you kind of are. You can bounce back from almost anything. You have a good body, good mind, good heart, good soul, whatever. But then sooner or later, around the age of 40, your body just starts going, no, my knees are tired, my back's tired, my head hurts, my skin is blanchy or pale, my skin doesn't absorb sun the way it used to. I'm not in my spring steps like I used to be, so now it's like real harder to will yourself to run down the road like you used to be able to just do on a whim, and all this other stuff, and then suddenly you find yourself on 2 to 5 pills from your doctor, and that's how you know you've grown old. Maybe not old, maybe middle-aged, but that's how you know you've reached middle age.
84, but all reports and the Guthrie family
And you're not going to want to do the pills, and you're not going to want to do the doctor appointments, and you're not going to want to hear what they have to tell you.
Been steadfast in the fact that she is so mentally sharp.
But it's obvious to see when the doctor looks at your blood pressure what the problem is, or what they look at your weight, or they look at the substances that you abused or whatever, and it's very obvious to them what the problems are. So they just point them out, and they're like, you can change now if you want to live longer. But they don't care. They'll just fix you again if you show up again, but they don't care what you do. They're too busy. They're not cold-hearted or bad. They're good people, doctors, but they're not, but they don't care what happens to you. Sure, outside of a patient interest, kind of a pluriant, or whatever it's called, kind of a clinical interest. And that's okay. That's the way it's supposed to be. If they internalize all of the cases that they have, they wouldn't be good doctors. They would not be able to be subjective at all. House is about this. And so I don't mind the doctors when they tell me I got to be on 5 pills, and I don't fight the 5 pills either. And I got a lot better when I started taking them too.
All there, like
a lot better, like I don't have nearly as much anger anymore. I don't have nearly as many problems in my life. I'm happier. I sleep every day for between 7 and 14 hours something, and I get my sleep. I try to get 10 hours of sleep every day if I can.
Cognitively,
it's selfish, but I don't care. I like now at this point, I used my body like a fucking runaway bullet train for like 27 years. I did every drug, every alcohol. I would pound the women, and I'm still scared of STDs. I get checked like every year because I'm still scared of some STD that they didn't catch or something. But I don't have any STDs, thank God, because it's just like I did sleep with so many women that it's like unlikely that I wouldn't have an STD. So I got very scared of it. I was like, I don't know. And so I had them check for STDs once a year. I'm just like, did I pick something up that I didn't know about or something? Or maybe you have some new test that I don't know about or whatever, and I'm always nervous about that one. I didn't have a lot of unprotected sex, and if I did, the girl was on the pill and was clean. I'd had them tested, but it's like, I just still get worried about it because I did have unprotected sex. So now, like, I get worried about that, and all that stuff, like it changes you. Eventually you're just like, oh, I'm not some spring chicken anymore. I have to worry about my cholesterol, my diet, my carbohydrates, my fat intake, my sugar intake, my pill intake, my sleep meds, everything that helps you balance your fucking life so that you can just continue on and thrive and keep growing.
She's sharp as a tack.
As opposed to just declining into old age and bad health.
But she does have mobility issues, and she is on medications every day.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. She can't walk on her own. She's heavily, needs these medications. She has a pacemaker. This is a high risk crime. What would be the purpose?
What's a pacemaker?
I think it's like it helps your heart pump.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what a pacemaker is. You're an idiot. That's a very common device that people should know what it is. It's sort of dumb. But hey, that's the modern age. They don't know what things are, I guess.
Things that almost all ransom notes.
You never heard the word pacemaker? It's the device that allows us to get around heart trouble, It's one of the cooler devices that ever was made. It's up there with video games and rocket engines and pistols and stuff. It's up there. It's an amazing invention, the pacemaker. It's our way of kind of battling God over God's domain. It's sort of crazy. Pacemaker is more pioneering than Christopher Columbus or whatever, or not Christopher Columbus, but Magellan, excuse me. Like, you know, it's, yeah, I would say the pacemaker is more pioneering into crazy territory mankind's never been before, like defying heart attacks and stuff like that, than Magellan sailing for America or whatever it is. That's more pioneering. You know, it's more cutting edge.
In common. And I think it can be tracked and studied by authorities because you don't see a lot of cases.
Pacemaker is one of the cool things that mankind actually did. It's one of the few things. The rest of the stuff we do is all for either vanity, destruction of the environment, or waste. One of the three. Most of the things that we do. We love destroying the environment. We love playing with the environment like that.
Cases of kidnapping a human for ransom, but you do see a lot of cases these days of hackers sending ransom notes with threats of going public with security breaches, data, information, personal accounts. And each ransom note has a format that it follows because ransom notes are not in the business of standing out. It's not about the stylistic word choices or the plot. It all starts with communication. It's the claim. We have something valuable. Your asset in our possession, whether that's a human, whether that's data, whatever it may be. Then demand, deadline, and threat. What do they want in exchange for their claim of possession? Typically money. And more often than not, they're very specific. They don't want things to get lost in translation. They don't want it to go to some random dude because you got one number wrong in the bank account. The more a ransom maker has to contact the victims, the more chance that they're going to get caught. So they will tell you the exact value, payment method, how to deliver the payment, and then the deadline. They will give victims a range typically of 6 to 20 days as the deadline. And then it's the threat. For example, John Benet Ramsey's ransom.
I would not give them 6 days. I'd be like, you've got 84 hours.
Any deviation of my instructions will result in the immediate execution of your daughter. Speaking to anyone about your situation.
Why would you handwrite this letter? I don't believe it.
Such as police, FBI.
Maybe this guy is that dumb. Why did you cross out a word? What? I don't buy this at all. I don't buy this letter. I think this was produced by the internet.
If we catch you talking to a stray dog, she dies. Ransom notes used to be handwritten, but nowadays...
No. The more words the kidnapper uses, the more likely it is some profiler picks up on who they are and catches them. Kidnapping notes are not verbose. They're like 5 sentences and very clear. That was like a novel. This is frankly like a diary entry. This is something the internet created and deep faked, I think.
Talking to a stray dog, she dies. Ransom.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the forensics looked at it and maybe it is the one letter. It might be the one letter that was left. It might be. I don't know. I'm a doubting Thomas. Maybe it's real, I guess. If that's what the authorities are saying, I guess it could be the only ransom letter, I guess. Why would you cross out a word on a ransom letter? That gives them so much more information about you.
Notes used to be handwritten.
Just rewrite the letter then. Don't just send in this crossed out word. That shows them that you're slovenly and you're not very careful about details and
but nowadays
all this shit that they can make their profile off of, and that helps them catch you. Why would you send a note with a crossed out word? It is maybe that dude did look dumb. That guy at the front door, he kind of did look dumb. Maybe this is actually a really mundane case of just kidnapping gone wrong.
Those ransom notes are in the form of an email sent to the victim.
Is that dude this dumb? He must be.
Or the
yeah, that dude was fairly fucking dumb. You could tell from the way he moved around the camera and all that. He was fairly dumb. He had already been exposed by the camera. You don't fucking get exposed by the camera. You spray it with something from the outside or whatever. You can chuck a tennis ball with some oil on it in there and hit the camera. It might take you a couple tries, but you probably could. Hit the front of that bell ringer camera with a tennis ball covered in oil. You wouldn't want to do that. It leaves too much fucking evidence and proof that you're an idiot. But I mean, that would be a lot better than walking out in front of the camera and leaving a profile for all of the known world, you know?
Targets, the ones with the money. Except in
literally like a fucking tennis ball with some oil on it is a better idea. And trying to hit the lens of the camera, that's literally better than fucking showing your face on the camera. I'd rather fuck around for an hour trying to chuck a tennis ball at a wall to catch the camera lens and distort the camera lens with a big thick layer of oil and just, take like a quart of oil, dump some more oil on it, chuck the ball again. Did you get the lens? No. Pour some more oil on it, chuck the tennis ball again. Sooner or later, you're going to get that fucking lens in a way where you're not exposed on the fucking camera like this idiot, and I hope he does get caught.
Case. It just gets strange.
It's such a dumb, strange case of stupidity for how big, high profile it is. But in my experience, crime kind of plays out a lot simpler than people imagine it kind of does. It does kind of jibe with the whole crime thing. We use our imaginations freely as the public to just fly away like Icarus and run on our assumptions, and a lie moves around the world by the time the truth gets out of bed or whatever. And yeah, so I could see a lot of interference here on this case because they know that it can be used to make money.
First, she's kidnapped in the middle of the night from her home.
Now, I didn't remember the middle of the night part. I thought this was in the middle of the day. I had heard the middle of the day, but that must be just something that I imagined. I'm sorry. I thought I heard the middle of the day.
The night of February 2nd, so almost a full 24 hours later.
I'm going to go piss. I'll be right back.
Station gets an email submitted into their tip line. Mm-hmm. It's like their tip suggestions. It's not even a physical note in an email. It's not even a PDF attachment. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting a DocuSign. However, the ransom note comes in the form of a literal form. So we have this on our website too with the show notes. You can submit a case request. It's like, please enter your name, the case suggestion, your email if you'd like. It's like a form. It's not an open email where you go into your own email account and then send an email. Mm-hmm. A local news station in Arizona gets a form submitted, and it's the ransom note.
But how do we... Oh.
We don't know.
Because that way it's hard to track who sent it, right?
Yeah, and they did use like a VPN to track their IP. The details of the note have not been made public, but it has been reported and confirmed by authorities that it is a ransom note. Is it a legitimate ransom note? That's to be determined. However, it is a ransom note. Another local news station confirmed that they also received the same ransom note. And then I believe the next day, so 48 hours after, TMZ receives a very similar ransom note.
So this person is not sending it to the family directly, but instead to the news because they want publicity.
But don't you think that's weird?
That is weird. Why are you asking for publicity rather than money?
Okay, so that's why a lot of people think it's weird too, especially
the note is too weird. I did not buy the note. I think the note is fake. I think it's a fake note manufactured by the public. All it takes, and this is this is Murphy's Law Occam's razor. It's Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is almost always the most appropriate one, right? The simplest explanation on the kidnapping note is that they sent it in to some place that wasn't involved with the family, which doesn't seem right if you actually want any money at all. And then on top of it, what am I seeing? Is it a bee? Yeah, it's like a bee, I think. But yeah. Oh no, it's a fly. I was gonna say, I got my mind blown. The note was too long. It's written by the public because no kidnapper would ever be that verbose, because it just allows the FBI to statistically catch you much faster. And you are thinking about stuff like that when you're committing a crime. You're like if somebody challenges me on this, how will it go? Now, why are you in the wrong resolution? Yeah, windowed, fixed windowed. You can't go higher than that. Go higher than that. You're dumb. Where am I? Oh, I'm in Malia. Good. So now we go somewhere else. Go to the Ascension of Light. To the memorial site, I guess. Fallen Capsulier's Memoria.
Warp drive active.
So
law enforcement. They're saying maybe if you're trying to hedge the
bets.
chance of being...
Yeah, like if you... Okay, so if you're thinking about it, like, statistically, how do people get caught? Which is how every criminal thinks. It's like, statistically, how does everybody else who ever tried to do this succeed, right? And one of the first things that comes up is, I'm going to say the 5 things that I need to say in the note and not one word more, because that just provides information on what my psyche is like, what my personality is like, what my state of mind is, how old I might be, am I male, am I female, do I write with a heavy pen or do I write with a light pen? Women have a lighter hand. There's all this stuff about how much information you give the profiler when you send a note like that. Even in bank robberies, this is a big thing in forensics. And so, yeah, you just, as a criminal, you would never voluntarily volunteer that much information with that note.
Caught, so you want to send it not directly to the victims, but you send it through these news networks. But a lot of experts are saying publicity is the last thing people want when they're making a ransom note.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, unless you're saying, hey, I'm going to air out my grievances because the system did me dirty, or you're trying to make a message out of something. But if that's not the case, you don't want publicity, because let's say you do get the Bitcoin. They're asking for $4 to $6 million in Bitcoin. Let's say you do get the Bitcoin. Now you have to drop Nancy off somewhere. The last thing you want is eyes and ears everywhere. It just doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
But these 3 news outlets, they get ransom notes that are said to be very similar, detailing 2 separate deadlines and 2 different demands. So
no, that's a copycat guy who just stepped in and started adopting the story, because there's nothing to prevent him from doing that with just a Sharpie, a piece of paper, a VPN. And that's the sign of an internet hoax. If it looks like no money was spent, might be an internet hoax.
it's like, here's the first deadline. We want 4 million in Bitcoin to this Bitcoin wallet. If you can't,
yeah, and you could. Who cares if the kidnapper is you or not? You could get that fucking 6 million that the kidnapper's trying to get, and that's, there's going to be a ton of people that think like that. There's a ton of crooks in the world that'll be like, well, what's the difference between me and the guy who kidnapped her mother, right? If I tell them I'm him, what's to stop them from just sending me the Bitcoin as opposed to him? Fuck him, he's a kidnapper. All I have to do is tell them I'm him. And that's what I'm thinking. That's what I think we're seeing here.
We'll give you an extent.
Opportunists, you got to understand, they'll wake up in the morning and they'll be like, oh my God, I might die tonight. They're going to kick me out. They're going to evict me and my kids are never going to speak to me again and all this. And they get desperate. They're like, fuck, I have to get out of this situation. I don't care what it takes. And so then they see the news about Nancy Guthrie and they're like, well, with a piece of paper and the VPN, I can probably jump in and try to get the ransom money. And it's like, if you're going to jail anyways, if you're losing your kid anyways, or you can't pay a debt and somebody's going to kill you, what's to stop you from writing a piece of paper and sending it into the news on a report form like that? Nothing. And just see if some idiot sends you $6 million in Bitcoin that can't be traced. You can see why so many members of the public might try to do this sort of tortious fucking hoax stuff, like tortious interference. It is tortious interference. I think it's actually the name of this particular crime too. I think it's tortious interference, I think. Isn't that right? I don't know. I don't want to stop by this guy because I'm probably freaking him out. It's obstruction of justice, I think, actually.
Of 3 days, but you're going to pay 6 million now.
What's the deadline for the first?
It might be like just full blown larceny. It might be just called larceny or fraud.
How many days was given?
It's to like February 6th. It's like a week.
Oh,
not even really, because they don't
get
get the
like
ransom
4
money
days
until later. So she disappears February 1st. They don't get the ransom note until February 2nd. And if the deadline is February 6th, it's like, I mean, it's like no time.
4 days. Yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be any proof of life given in the letters in the note. And no. I will say that
that's another thing. Any kidnapper worth their grain that actually wants that Bitcoin money or whatever, they've got to actually like show the family that Nancy is real.
Harvey Levin, who is the founder of TMZ, has been a little bit more vocal about what's...
With big, high-profile cases like this, there's nothing to stop the public from stepping in and impersonating the criminal and trying to pull the bag without doing any of the dirty work.
been in.
What's to stop the whole world from trying that? They probably get thousands of people. They probably do. They probably get thousands of people trying to step in and being like, I heard something about Nancy. And it's like, oh, you did you? And, you know, there's a reward. And it's like, I know something. And they're like, what do you know? I saw in a dream once. And they're like, get the fuck out of my office.
They said ransom note. The other outlets seemed to be a little more hush-hush. But he was in an interview with Sean Hannity, and he said,
I will say the letter begins by saying she is safe but scared. And they go on to say she knows exactly what the demand is. I will say that there are real reasons based on what's written there that I believe that this person is in the radius of the Tucson area.
So, the authorities have stated that they know of the ransom demands. They have shared it with the family, and they cannot verify if this is legitimate or not. They are taking it seriously, though, but this is not authenticated. And there's just so much about this ransom note that is weird. Like the fact that ransom makers don't want things to be public.
So when the mother was kidnapped on February 1st, it's already viral. The news was not hush-hush. So everybody knows about this. So there could be a copycat or someone just trying to make some money, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and they did not provide proof of life. It is just very odd that they would want media attention. It just doesn't make sense. It's not like they're the Zodiac killer who's taunting the police and the city. It just feels weird. It almost feels hasty, not well thought out. There are netizen theories online that perhaps this was supposed to be a regular home invasion, but maybe Nancy, fearing for her life, could have mentioned that her daughter is Savannah Guthrie and like she has money and she'll pay, just leave her alive. So it was a robbery, but then they realized that they could probably get a ransom, so they take Nancy, and that's why the ransom note feels hasty. Other people are suspecting, like you, maybe the ransom note has nothing to do with who has Nancy, because it could be completely separate if there's no proof of life. Now, the authorities, they must feel it's legitimate to some degree. So there have been like some reporting that in the ransom note, it either detailed something that Nancy had been wearing or detailed something in the house, perhaps an Apple Watch detail.
Is it better that they don't release the details of the notes? Or is it part of the notes that they say, don't release this? Why is it unclear what's on there?
The authorities have been pretty quiet about what's in anything. I think that's pretty standard protocol for the FBI. They don't like to talk about anything that they discover until an indictment is slapped onto the table. But for the local sheriff, he has been talking. He's been yapping quite a bit, actually. Sheriff Nanos, he's the one heading the investigation, but they don't want to talk about the contents of the ransom.
This is a graveyard in EVE Online. See it? It's hard to see it. But these are all small secure containers anchored in space with memories like gravestones, and they don't wipe this area. And there's so many RIPs here. There's so many. There's hundreds, if not thousands. It's thousands. It's probably 3,000 or 4,000. No, it's a little bit less than that. It looks like 600 or something like that, maybe. There's a lot of them. I have an Eve pilot friend who murdered his father and then himself a second later. And his stone belongs here. Small secure container. I wonder if they sell them here. Proof that it's a real sandbox if it has a graveyard. It's quite beautiful in some ways. MMO culture is a real thing. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Battlestar Galactica when they make a wall inside of the Battlestar with the pictures of all the people that are lost in the war. There's only 55,000 people left in all of the human race, and just the amount of death and problems. It's quite beautiful. It's the most beautiful graveyard I've ever been to. It's in EVE Online. It's all the loved ones. I'm going to take a picture of Molly. I'll never forget this. I didn't expect to be floored like this. Here lies Thascales. R.I.P. Brendan. I hope your next life is all you wanted this one to be. Member of Roger Keith Barrett, 6/1/1946. What lives we live in full. Here lies the capsuleer who lived. Here lies Dad. I'm sorry we went so long without talking. This is the player graveyard. All the people commemorating their friends and their family in this community. There's going to be a lot of parents here because we're all like level 45. Sorry, we're all 45 years old. Here lies Suzarn. Here lies Juha. Fly High Hunter. Here lies Suzarn. Here lies Jonathan Finn Marshall, 10/3/1990 to 1/17/2017. That's too young. In loving memory of Lobavessar. Here lies Duality Temptress. To my first blue girl fish, I bind, tortured, and killed your enemy. That one's really fucking weird. They shall grow not old. At the going down of the sun in the morning, we will remember them.
Some note, which I think is probably intentional, and I think it makes sense.
Okay.
But they just keep saying, it's not authenticated, but it does seem like there's some detail in the ransom note that makes it feel like it could be real.
Okay.
But if it is real, the demands are this. By February 6, 2026, Thursday, 5 p.m. local time, the kidnappers want $4 million in Bitcoin transferred to their Bitcoin wallet. If the Guthrie family cannot make that happen, then they have a second deadline. Monday, February 9th, 2026, $6 million in Bitcoin. These are the two deadlines, with the insinuation being if the second one is missed, Nancy Guthrie's life is on the line. February 4th, so this is 3 days after Nancy goes missing, 2 days before the first ransom deadline. Nancy's daughter, Annie Guthrie, gets a text message. So does her husband, Tommaso. Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. Then a brief 9-second phone call comes in to one of the family members. This is like usually the moment in the movies that the agents are looking for. The part in the movies where they do their best to get the family member to keep the caller on the phone for as long as possible so that they can try to trace the phone call where it's coming from. And the call leads back to a 42-year-old man in California, to a man named Derek Kalala.
Rest in peace. I would leave something here, but it's not my place to leave it. It would be the business of my best friend. I shouldn't leave something there. I don't have the grace. I do, but I'm not the victim. I'm not the ones who are lost, and it's not my place to represent them. They're not my family. They are. They're my family in some ways. Enough where I could leave something, but it's trite. It's a video game. I don't really believe in this sort of sentimentality. I never have. I believe in the emotion that it can engender in me and how strong that emotion can feel, and I like that ride, you know? It feels good. But I've never put stock in sentimentality.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I'm so sorry.
Like I have when it comes to reminiscing and shedding a tear over a lost one, but I'm not one to sit there and observe a tradition or some kind of ritual. I am not a ritualistic person.
A few days later, this guy, 42-year-old, texts them?
Yes.
And he called them?
Yeah, for 9 seconds.
Saying what?
We don't know. But it's a 9-second phone call.
Nobody knows the context of the phone call?
I mean, the police.
Police does?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then they hang up.
Okay.
So the police track that number to a 42-year-old man in California.
What?
Authorities immediately arrest him, and he's read his Miranda rights, and they're like, where is Nancy? And Derek pretty quickly admits he doesn't know where Nancy is.
Did he send a message, or did he...
Yeah, he didn't send the ransom note. He sent that text message. He said that he was keeping up with the information online and he heard about the ransom note and he was watching TV. And he just wanted to see if the family would respond.
That's bonkers. So how did he even find their numbers?
Like on one of those...
Google?
Yeah.
Websites.
That is... what?
Yeah.
And he...
I do think that Derek is all around a horrible human being. Just a few months ago, October 2025, he was accused of stealing unemployment benefits from the LA County's DA's office where he worked as a clerk. He was charged with 1 felony count grand theft and 1 misdemeanor offense. Adding to that,
he works at DA's office?
As like a clerk. He did. Well, he was fired, yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Usually you would prosecute for that, so then he wouldn't be able to kidnap Nancy.
Yeah.
Okay, this is getting weirder.
He has been, arrested and charged with transmitting a demand for ransom in interstate commerce and using telecommunication devices with intent to abuse, threaten, or harass. The FBI has come out to state, because the FBI doesn't state a lot of things, but
I called it. I was like, fake note, fake news.
To those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation.
Fuck you.
We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
But this doesn't mean that all of the ransom notes are fake, right? I mean, just because you have one imposter, he's clearly not the one that sent the original ransom notes to the media outlets, right? So here's what we know. There are 3 detailed ransom notes sent to 3 media publications that all seem similar. Those ransom notes have 2 deadlines and demands, $4 to $6 million in Bitcoin. There's no proof of life. There's no pictures, videos, or anything of Nancy that would indicate that they do in fact have her and that she is in fact alive. FBI, however, is taking it very seriously and they have not authenticated it. Then Derek gets arrested because he saw the news about the ransom notes and the Guthrie family ransom. He finds Annie and her husband's numbers and starts texting them, hoping to get some Bitcoin in his wallet. He is not the author of the original ransom note. So the original ransom note still stands. The FBI has brought in crisis negotiators, personnel from Quantico, and as limited the ransom note seems to be, it seems to be one of the big things that the authorities seem to have in terms of finding Nancy and bringing her home. That and $6 million of Bitcoin, right? The Guthrie siblings, Savannah, Annie, and Cameron, have come out with a video, which we're going to go over in a second. We're going to go through all their videos, but they have been pleading for the safe return of their mother. They have explicitly stated that they are willing to pay, but they just need proof of life. They also mentioned with technology these days, even if they were to receive a photo or video, I mean, the insinuation being, even if they did get something, it would take a lot of work to verify that it's a real photo, which has not been altered, which has not been created. I'm sure the FBI would hopefully have a good grasp on that, but they haven't even received that from what the reporting seems. And it's all made more confusing because there is a 41-minute window where the intruder gets into the house and then presumably leaves. So let's go through the timeline real quick. 9:48 p.m., Nancy is dropped off at home after dinner at her daughter and son-in-law's house, which is Annie Guthrie and Tommaso. Savannah Guthrie lives in New York City.
Okay.
Annie lives 10 minutes away, so she gets dropped off after dinner at 9:48 p.m. At 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera is disconnected. At 2:28 a.m., Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker disconnects from her phone, meaning that she is likely moved out of the Bluetooth range of her phone that her pacemaker inside her body is connected to, which leads the public to assume that whoever was outside the house made it inside. Also, we the public don't know. There are rumors that there were signs of a fourth entry. There are rumors that there were no signs of a fourth entry. We don't know.
Right. So without the pacemaker connected, does that impact her?
No, it doesn't impact the pacemaker, or at least it shouldn't by most reporting. I'm not too familiar with pacemakers, but it shouldn't. However, she does take daily medication that she needs, that is prescribed to her, and it doesn't seem like those were taken from the house.
Like, is it life-threatening without it?
Yeah. So that's why there were rumors that she was taken into Mexico. There are a lot of pharmacies near the border. So Nancy's house is about an hour and a half drive from Mexico, the border. And there are a lot of southern pharmacies south of the border where they will sell a lot of prescription medication without a prescription. So maybe she was taken into Mexico so that they could acquire, or I mean, someone could have gone across the border, acquired such medication if this was all planned out, and then kidnapped Nancy if she is alive.
I see.
Right. But regardless, the public assumption is that whoever made it into the house stayed for 41 minutes.
41
minutes. And there are
minutes.
blood droplets that belong to Nancy outside her front door. That 41 minutes, it makes people wonder, I mean, more so worry, about what the hell could have happened inside that house for 41 minutes. There are videos popping up all over the internet that have very shocking titles. Savannah Guthrie devastated, new shocking revelations about Michael Feldman. Michael Feldman being her husband. Another title from a video is Michael Feldman arrested, Savannah Guthrie left in shock. What Savannah Guthrie discovered about Michael Feldman left her shaken. All the videos coming out are around Nancy's disappearance, and when you click on the video, it's this oddly monotone, deep voice that will narrate you, and it shows you a slideshow of pictures of Savannah and her husband smiling. His name is Michael Feldman, a political strategist, a man who was once at the very center of her world, and now new revelations are surfacing that are putting a very different picture of who he really was, what their relationship truly cost her, and why sources close to Savannah are now saying she is absolutely devastated. This is not a tabloid story. This is not gossip. This is the story of a woman who gave up everything, her truth, her time, her heart, and what happened when the foundation she thought was solid turned out to have cracks. The video goes on and on and on like this for 25 minutes, saying things like, people say Savannah would carry the emotional weight of their entire household on her own. Mornings when she would wake up before dawn to prepare for broadcast, come home to manage the family and still find room to be the supportive partner, the present mother, the steady force in everyone else's storm. What no one was asking out loud was, who was being steady for Savannah? The answer, it turns out, was far more complicated than anyone wanted to admit.
So like AI made it?
Yeah, AI generated slop. These videos never say anything. They just have a crazy headline that insinuates Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, is guilty of something and that she has been left devastated. Whoever is mass making and uploading these insensitive AI generated slop during Nancy's disappearance seems to want everyone to believe that Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, is suspicious. But the internet might be doing something slightly worse. That is not the member in the family that the internet has started to pick apart. Out of all of the Guthries and the extended family members that are public facing, there has been one individual that has been regarded as a person of interest by the internet, not the police, not the authorities, but by people online. And that is Annie Guthrie's husband, Tommaso. So this is Savannah Guthrie's brother-in-law, Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. And I would like to heavily emphasize, however, that every single public-facing member of the family appears to have been cleared by the authorities. The sheriff has stated intensely, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism.
Interesting.
The only reason that I'm covering the conversation around Savannah's brother-in-law is that so much of the discourse online seems to be about him, and to be comprehensive on covering this case, I think it would be a disservice to not address what the online conversation has been taking place. And when I say online conversation, Reddit and TikTok, but even mainstream media channels. I have a pickle to pick about this. Legacy media has taken to try and rewrite the way all of this is unfolded, which is annoying to say the least. I think there are a lot of independent journalists and even content creators, and I'm not even saying myself, but other people out there that have been trying their best to maintain a level of professionalism while being transparent about their standing on political issues, being more vocal about standing on political and all of these time pertinent issues that are impacting everyone's lives, not only in this country, but countries all around the world, that are doing it in a way that is consumable. And there are some legacy media outlets that tend to be a bit more highbrow, or depending on who the giant corporation, the media company supports, you have a tint of all of that mixed in with their reporting. And just like how there are shit news anchors, there are shit content creators. However, legacy media has stated that the internet is the one that put a spotlight on Annie's husband, Tommaso, internet sleuths. And I would like to say that is false. From what we can tell in our research, there are two very experienced hosts, news anchors, Ashley Banfield and Megyn Kelly. Regardless of what you think of them, I would say that they both lean more towards legacy media, traditional media. They both come from traditional media, even though they both have their own uber successful podcasts now. They are more synonymous with major news networks than a YouTuber would be. They are the ones that, from what I can see, were the first ones to put Tommaso's name out there as being someone who might be considered a person of interest. I believe Ashley Banfield stated that she is a high-level source that informed her that they are looking into Tommaso. Her words were actually a little bit stronger, saying that he is considered a suspect.
Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, that would be Annie's husband, Tommaso Cioni, age 50, from Tucson, Arizona, married to Annie P. Guthrie, Savannah's sister. And my law enforcement source tells me that Tommaso Cioni is the prime suspect in this case.
Wait, she said that she had a source.
Yeah, a high-level source. Now, Megyn Kelly has argued repeatedly that all the individuals closest to Nancy are going to be persons of interest because that is what happens in a case like this.
That doesn't mean that this guy did it, and it doesn't mean he's their only possible suspect. But her person said may be the prime, and mine basically said feel free to stay on him.
Both of them have their in-depth arguments on why they believe Tommaso should be looked at by law enforcement. Both of them have much more experience in the industry than probably our whole RM team combined, likely. This is not me giving a full dissection on what they said. I'm just telling you what happened. I don't have high-level sources in this case. And other than trying to trace back where Tommaso's name starts becoming a huge topic, I did not extensively follow their coverage on this case. Though I will note, I did follow Brian Enton. He is another News Nation reporter. He's doing ground coverage. His coverage has been extensive. It's been really thorough, really informative, while maintaining the sensitivities of this case. So I would go give him a listen. But there is that. And all I'm trying to say is, It's just annoying that legacy media is saying that these are TikTokers, these are internet sleuths, these are commentators on the internet that are now pointing the finger at a beloved family member who is also a victim, when that's not really how it started.
They brought up his name, and then the police came out to say they have been clear. Stop talking.
Yeah, so I will say that there probably was internet whispers on Reddit and other forums and threads where people were like, oh, well, maybe we should look into the family members and A, B, C, and D. But I think that anytime someone says something like that, it does tend to get shut down by people who are like, hey, I don't think we should comment things like this until let the investigators do their job. But then Ashley Banfield came out to state, and this is just an opinion of mine, that she has a high-level source that told her that he is being investigated as perhaps a person of interest. I think because she has such a good reputation, rightfully so probably, that people were like, oh, this must mean something. Like a high-level source, it must be true. Like this must be what's happening. And so people just went free-for-all on Tommaso is how I could trace it back. I could be wrong. And this giant conversation has erupted. Whether it's because of Ashley Banfield or not, I cannot tell you, but it has now been a huge topic. The conversation is still developing even after the sheriff cleared the family members. Because netizens are wondering, how can people be cleared when it appears that the sheriff's office doesn't even know what happened the night that Nancy disappeared? I'm pretty sure family members can be cleared by airtight alibis. There have been reports that police are using polygraphs to clear people, which people have opinions about, but that has yet to be confirmed. But some netizens who are married to the idea that someone in the family had involvement, they think it's odd that the sheriff can clear a family. They also think it's odd that the FBI did not clear the family. Everyone's creating arguments online, and I'm just trying to give you a neutral overview of the conversation. A lot of netizens bring up past reporting and past pressers that the sheriff has done. So, for example, there is a comment that the sheriff made in a previous press conference where he says,
you know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim.
So a lot of people took that last part of either a suspect is a suspect or they're nobody, but why would a suspect also be a victim? Unless maybe you're a family member. So people have been ripping that apart, but he did plead with the media, quote,
I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you could do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
One person straight up asks the sheriff during the presser, are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? I know there are reports earlier this week and you refuted that, but you said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody. The Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody. It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family's been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Netizens argue that it's very strange, especially since the sheriff has made weird comments before all of this, such as he's asked, Sheriff, you said that you've identified...
I'm going to go get something out of the freezer for dinner and get my cat and feed her. I'll be right back. I will leave it to run.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Hi. Oh, look at those pretty eyes of yours. Almost sexual, kitty. I'm just kidding. It's dinner time, kitty. Yeah, it's dinner time. I'm gonna feed you. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you. I'll do some hot paneer. Pollock paneer. And yeah, that was sour cream, some orange juice. Let's feed this kitty. Are you ready, kitty? I hear you twerping. Hey. A little trilling for me. Are we a happy kitty? Did you have a good time outside? I assume you did. Yeah, it's time to feed this kitty. It's that time again. Yeah. Yeah, you gonna have some food? You gonna have some food, kitty? Brim. I love your little trill. Yeah, okay. Well, let's get you the food then. I think I'm even going to give you treats. You want treats, kitty? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you do. You love that sound, don't you? Treats, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're all excited. You excited, kitty? All right. I got you some treat. And some fresh food. Yeah. Oh, bram. Yeah, you hungry, kitty? Yeah, you're hungry, kitty, huh? Okay, love, here is fresh water. I will make some falafel. No, I don't know. I think I do want this pork gyoza pasta. What am I confused? These will cook just fine, along with these. I think that's an interesting dinner, sure. Why not? And a banana. to-dos. Falafel. Maybe I'll have half of these. No, I'll probably actually eat a nice healthy dose of them. But there is enough left for another serving. Which is good. Enough left for another serving. We're going to do wet paper towel across the top of this. Wet paper towel. And I will cook for 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Okay, Kitty, you happy? Eating com forces. Gotta jump through.
Autopilot jumping.
Off.
Autopilot disabled.
That will get me killed. Jump through Stargate.
Warp drive active.
You are jumping, right? Yeah. Okay, pork gyoza. Pot stickers. I want some orange juice. Ice. Nope, this isn't ice. What is that? I don't think that is. That should be ice. Yeah. Okay, more water. That's my kitty. How you doing, kitty? You doing okay? I would assume so, because that's my kitty. Oh yeah, she's a good kitty. We have this orange flavored water. Okay. I will have some sour cream and a banana. I'm eating much healthier. I'm happy with the way I'm eating. I'm way better than I used to. I'm eating good, doing better now. Eating good, doing better, but I'm doing better now. All right. Someplace about the Nafoma waypoint. The campaign trail thingy. Is that what it wants? Celestial beacon. Oh, do I have to turn in? No, I don't think I have to turn in. Nafoma waypoint. Warp to the campaign trail Nafoma waypoint. Okay. Okay, my dinner should be ready. I have pork gyoza pot stickers and some falafel with some sour cream. And it's a weird combination, but I don't care. I think it's going to be really good. I'm going to go remove the wet paper towel from my falafel.
No suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night? So remember, Nancy went to go to her daughter and son-in-law's house for dinner. The sheriff responds,
You know, we've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't. But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
I don't think that these statements should be used to throw guilt upon a family member. I would just say that this sheriff is not the most clean cut with his words. He's not very meticulous in the way that he answers reporters' questions. He does seem kind of all over the place.
I see.
There was like one day where he did a huge media tour where he was on like 5 different news stations and he's like saying slightly different things on each one. And it's not like he doesn't know the case. It just seems like he's choosing different words that could be interpreted differently. And it just made everybody more confused. So instead of doing one press conference, he just made it confusing. But with that statement, he could be talking about other people that Nancy was with Saturday that we just don't know about. Nancy's last hours being seen alive. January 31st, Saturday, 5:32 p.m., Nancy gets an Uber to her daughter Annie's house for dinner. She takes an Uber there. She can't drive. And once she gets there, she hangs out, plays games, and hangs out, eats dinner. And then around 9:48 p.m., Tom, Nancy's son-in-law, Tommaso, drops her off at home. And I think she has some sort of smart garage because there's indications that the garage door closes at 9:50 p.m. So I'm sure if there's a log, it's like a smart door. Then 4 hours later, the doorbell disconnects. And then at 2:12, software detects someone on camera. And then 2:28 a.m., her pacemaker disconnects from her phone. So again, 41 minutes. Now, the rest of the night continue. The next morning is Sunday morning. Nancy goes to her friend's house, and I assume that she Ubers there. And they all watch Savannah Guthrie's church in New York City. I guess it's like a mega church. They do live streams. So she watches that live streams with like her buddies.
Like you're saying every Sunday?
Yes. So she doesn't go to a church physically, but she goes to like her girlfriend's house and they all watch the live stream of a church service. She doesn't show up for that live stream and they start calling Annie because they're like, your mom didn't show up. Where is she? Annie goes to Nancy's house and 7 minutes later they call 911. Annie has been under fire by commentators online because I mean there's like a whole theory about the pacemaker. So the pacemaker, a lot of people in the medical field have come out on Reddit, and I mean, take this with a grain of salt. Again, I don't know anything about pacemakers, but they're saying that when you have an elderly person connected to a pacemaker, the closest living family member also is connected to their pacemaker. So if the pacemaker disconnects or something happens, the closest living relative will get an alert of that. Like, what good would it do if Savannah Guthrie gets an alert of that in New York City? She's going to fly to Arizona. Like, by that point, a lot can happen. So would it not make sense that it would be Annie that gets an alert on her phone? And maybe she didn't see it at 2 a.m, but how come she didn't react before the church lady said something? That's been like the social media conversation. We don't even know if Annie is connected to her pacemaker. Like that, she could not be connected to her pacemaker for whatever reason. So it's just like every little thing, because we're going on over a month now. I think people have so little information. This case has been shoved in all the headlines. I guess to most graciously describe it is it's a case that is nonstop on the news for a month. And so people will read the news, get invested, get emotionally invested, and then there's so little information, I think people start just making up their ideas of what happened. So I'm just going to run through all the things that people think are suspicious about Annie and Tommaso. And this is just me being comprehensive about the internet coverage. It is not me saying that I think that they're involved or that they should be looked at as persons of interest. I think the investigators will hopefully know what they're doing better than I am. There was intense FBI presence around Annie Guthrie's house at one point. Agents were going door to door to ask for consent to search people's properties near Annie Guthrie's house. They were allegedly looking in sheds, going under fences. One neighbor reports to the media that they were searching for something that could have been dropped, or at least that's what the FBI agents told her.
could have been dropped.
Yeah. So a lot of people are saying, oh, why would they look into Annie Guthrie's house unless there's something weird there? The argument here is, I mean, that was the last place that Nancy was before going home. Of course that they would want to search it. That's just being thorough. Another thing is, you don't know who is in any of these homes. So the fact that they're searching Annie Guthrie's house does not mean that the authorities are suspicious of Annie Guthrie or Tommaso or anybody else. It could be anybody that enters that house. And this is an assumption. Seeing drone footage, news coverage, at least outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, there's probably housekeepers, caretakers, maintenance men, pool cleaners, landscapers. I mean, it's a big house, and she is an 84-year-old woman. She probably has a lot of people come and tend to the grounds. That could mean that someone connected to those people could be involved. So a lot of experts are weighing in on this case, and they're saying, if you really do kidnap a wealthy individual for ransom, it's usually someone who knows the people personally. And that's not to say it's a family member, but let's say you have a housekeeper, and maybe it's not the housekeeper, but that housekeeper saw you go on a shopping spree. They don't care, but they go home and over dinner, they're like, oh, I have this one client who just like...
The third party.
And their cousin is like, oh, that's very interesting. How much jewelry do they have?
Okay.
So they could be searching Annie Guthrie's home, not because of Annie Guthrie, but because Annie Guthrie could also have housekeepers who talk, or she could have groundskeepers who talk. And in defense of the family members, there is no warrant to search Annie Guthrie's house. It's been publicly stated that Annie and her husband have consented to a search of their home. The search could be nothing just because, like I said, Nancy was at their house the night before, but one officer who worked in a lot of cases says, when you suspect someone, you never want to do a search with consent. You want a warrant, because once it goes to trial, they could be like, I never gave you consent. What are you talking about?
It's also my understanding that they utilize the consent search in order to go back into that property, and I find that rather unusual too, because if they did in fact locate anything that might be incriminating, it causes legal issues down the road.
So this police officer is saying that the fact this is a consent search,
yes,
meaning they're not really a person of interest.
Yes. But, you know, there are other officers who are fighting back saying, well, sometimes not really. And then you have other people saying it could also be a sealed warrant. And they did consent. You know, like, we don't really have proof that there's no warrant. But I do think it's interesting. And I would imagine that they did consent to the search.
So, but that is, okay, going back to what this officer said, if it's a consent search, what happens with the evidence? You can deny it?
I mean, it's... most likely it's still going to be admissible, but he's just saying it's a headache. Because then you have lawyers being like, oh, my client never consented to a search. And then you're like, okay, now it's like a headache. Now you got to bring in more officers to testify. It's like, it becomes a thing. So it seems like some practice that they do where they're like, let's avoid the headache, get a warrant. You know?
Okay.
So that has been a huge issue. The next thing is that for the longest time, Tommaso was just MIA. A lot of people found it weird that Tommaso was not in the videos with the Guthrie siblings pleading for Nancy's return. I don't think that that's weird. I would imagine Annie and Tommaso do have a child together. Perhaps while Annie is dealing with this. He could be with their child. I mean, that would make the most sense in my mind. But a lot of people took his absence away from the public eye or being vocal about this case as him being guilty. Then the next time that he was seen was a recent memorial walk where Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, and Tommaso went to Nancy's house. So people had laid out all these yellow flowers all around the perimeter of the house, neighbors, media. I mean, just some people had trekked, made a journey to come to Nancy's house to lay out yellow flowers. Whether they have a personal story of their own, I'm not sure, but they went to go pay their respects to, I guess, maybe the people that have shown support. And people have been overanalyzing Tommaso's walk, his gait. So the Ring doorbell footage, the Google Nest footage, there's a part where the person leans down to pick up the foliage to try and cover the doorbell. People are like, look at Tommaso when he leans down to like put the flowers down. There's like so much that is going on. And people are using this, they're like taking screenshots, comparing the screenshots. And when you do things like this, it feels like it has evidentiary value, but it probably doesn't. I mean, I think at any point you could probably screenshot my walk into looking like something else. It just, yeah, it's a lot that's happening. And I'm not saying I know Tommaso and that he's for sure innocent. I'm just saying it's a little dangerous to do that with someone who is a relative of the family member with as little information that we have. Second, there is another thing that has been overanalyzed is the fact that the sheriff originally came out to say, okay, so after going to dinner, Nancy was dropped off by Tommaso. Then he later changes it to say by a family member. So people are like, why is he taking the heat off of Tommaso unless he wants Tommaso to talk to him more or to feel less pressure from the public? And I just think maybe he's just saying that because people have been bullying Tommaso. Then federal agents with shirts that read ICAC on their shirts are seen going into Annie and Tomas's house.
ICAC?
Yes.
What is
so that is Internet Crimes Against Children, which sounds shocking. However, a few things to note. The division ICAC, they're actually a unit within the feds that deal heavily with kidnappings, and they're really adept at retrieving data from devices. It doesn't have to be that they particularly think that someone is committing crimes against children in this house. It's literally, they're just helping with a kidnapping. Furthermore, when they walk into Annie and Tommaso's house, they're seen walking in with a tripod and a ring light. So then the natural insinuation is that they're helping the family film the Instagram videos where they are whoever took Nancy to bring her back.
Warp drive active.
The typical workday is the quintessential 9 to 5, but even if you clock out at those times or the front desk at your current...
Thank you, kitty.
The very first family video shows Savannah, Annie, and Cameron sitting together on a couch.
That was quite good. It was odd eating pork gyoza and falafel, but that's what I wanted. I looked at everything I had and I was like, that's what I want, and that's what I had, and it was so good. Weird, odd mix, but it's all gluten-free is the main goal. It's all gluten-free food that doesn't have a lot of carbs or fat.
Savannah and Annie start speaking. They have papers in front of them. Savannah Guthrie is in the middle and she starts, and I'm going to insert this for the video watchers.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light.
Approaching Stargate.
She's funny and spunky and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives.
Warp drive active.
Nancy is our mother. We are her children.
Oh, my kick shut off for some reason.
She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human. Just normal human people who need our mom. Mama. Mama. If you're listening, we need you to come home.
Warp drive active.
We miss you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing. And we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love
After this video comes out, the internet does what it does, and they start making commentary on the video itself. Not the situation, but the video, stating that Savannah seems emotional. She's audibly crying. How about Annie and Cameron? They seem less emotional. Cameron barely speaks, and when Annie does, her tone and voice seem devoid of any emotion. These are just some of the things on the internet. They start feeling suspicious about this. I will say that it's pertinent to note that this is most likely how they were told to film the video. As neutral, as unemotional as possible, while still sounding sincere. If someone is out there with Nancy, everything in this video could be used against them. Like, not in the court of law, but could be used to harm them. A lot of hostage takers, kidnappers, they get off on the power dynamics, and they, getting off can mean a lot of things.
You're right.
If they see the family is hysterical and absolutely desperate, it can signal to the abductor that they have enormous control. So maybe they'll escalate their demands. They'll extend the timelines. They'll push their luck, and that could result in a death. One negotiator states, when emotions run high, both families and the kidnappers are more likely to make impulsive, dangerous choices. If you can't control your own emotions, how can you expect to influence the emotions of another party? And I think everybody reacts to stress differently. So while Savannah may show more outward emotion, slightly more, it could be very well that Annie and Cameron, in order for them to not be overly emotional in the video, which is what they're instructed to do probably, maybe the only way is to completely shut off all the emotion.
Okay.
And just kind of stare off and read what they've been told to read in a flat effect, because otherwise they're gonna stop. It could be that. Like, we really don't know. Cameron, Nancy's son, later does a video by himself where he is seen holding the camera, and he states, again without much emotion, he states,
"This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact."
But it's been now over a month. Nancy Guthrie needs medication to stay alive, and there's been no ransom paid, no further contact, at least that we know of, and no sign of Nancy Guthrie anywhere. There is a segment in Savannah Guthrie's book that has been heavily discussed online. Though I think it's not really relevant, some people have brought it up just because they believe the whole thing is odd and eerie. In one of Savannah's books, titled Mostly What God Does, she writes about how her and her cousins had this really cute tradition growing up, which they called the kidnapping game, where her cousin would visit the house, stay with them during summer break. So her cousin lives in Phoenix, which is a few hours away from Tucson. So her cousin would come stay in their family house in Tucson, and when she's about to leave, she would wake everyone up the next morning really early, Savannah and Annie, and she would say, "You should come with me." They would get in her car, drive to Phoenix, and on the way to Phoenix, they would stop by a payphone, call Nancy, Savannah and Annie's mom, and let her know, but in like a cute, playful way, "Mom, cousin has kidnapped us to take her to her house." Nancy would act shocked, because at this point, this is like a summer tradition, and she would protest how much she would miss her daughters, but then assure them that in a few days, she will drive up to get them. It's like a summer tradition. Some people think it's eerie. I think it just makes the whole situation more devastating. I'm sure there's moments where everyone in the family wishes that this was just a joke, that this was also just a game, and that Nancy will be home as if it's just a prank. But it is not. And Nancy Guthrie is now going on over a month of being missing. There are so many questions, such as, does the sheriff's office even know what the hell that they're doing? The sheriff's office of Pima County is the one leading the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. They have their own A&E TV show called Desert Law, where the sheriff himself does not appear on camera, but allegedly he's extensively involved in the production of it. In the show, they look like this well-organized crime unit that moves in synchrony to stop the bad guys.
Apparently was about to happen, and we've prevented that.
Tucson is about an hour from the border, so there is a lot of smuggling of all sorts. Avocado smuggling is big in that area. It's not just smuggling in avocados, but drug cartels will conceal the narcotics mixed in with the avocados to get it across the border. But they don't really handle a lot of ransom for Bitcoin cases in Tucson. Do we know that the sheriff is well equipped to handle this case? From the very beginning, there were reports coming out that the sheriff and the FBI were not playing well together whilst investigating this case, which is the last thing you want. And it all stems, they've got beef. They have beef going back to 2016. And this is not like one of those cop shows where it's like, oh, this is my jurisdiction. No, it's not. They have long-stemming issues between the two. The sheriff has come out and since denied
Like
that he
that
feels
guy.
any sort of beef or vitriol towards the feds, but it is interesting.
For someone to say that we're not working with the FBI or that the sheriff is stopping evidence from going up, that's just crazy.
Yeah,
That's ludicrous.
I think it is. Yeah.
Why would I not use the FBI and their free services? The relationship between the sheriff's department and the FBI
is great.
Is valued. We do great work together.
The feds were investigating Pima Sheriff's Department in 2016, believing that they were taking RICO forfeiture funds. Yeah, the thing that Sean Combs was charged with, RICO. So they're like, okay, if you've been racketeering, I'm going to take your assets. They take the assets, and then those assets can be used for department things like crime prevention, specific law enforcement activities. This is by the law, like by the word, right? But the FBI started investigating because they're like, wait, we heard from a little tipster, a whistleblower, that you guys are using RICO money to bankroll the remodel of a cafe inside the sheriff's headquarters.
What can they use it for? Legally?
Crime prevention, but this does not fall under crime prevention.
Okay.
Like, how does having a better matcha latte for the sheriff prevent more crime, right? That was denied by the sheriff's office. They said, we didn't do that. And then a whistleblower comes out to state funds were used to host these special award ceremonies for the cops, helping pay for food, goodie bags for the officers, a Santa sleigh, rented tuxedos. Allegedly, the total cost of the award ceremonies was around $250,000 over the years. That was likely taken from RICO money, is the allegation. The investigation was a big deal, like a really big deal. One of the officers being investigated for transferring funds into his personal account was found dead from self-exit on Father's Day. He was widely considered to be the mastermind of this whole RICO money laundering scheme. Okay, well, I don't know if I would call it a money laundering scheme. This investigation. However, even the death, there were concerns that the death should be investigated independently by a third party because, sure, he might have reason to want to self-exit, but also someone would want him dead because maybe he could go down for everything. That's something to consider, but the sheriff was allegedly adamant that it be handled by his team internally. Sheriff Nanos, that same sheriff, is the one working this case, and some people who know Sheriff Nanos says that he holds a grudge and that he doesn't like the feds after that 2016 investigation. But those are allegations, those are speculations, those are opinions. There are more reports, though, coming out that the sheriff does not want the FBI to take over, which, I mean, it seems like they probably should, and that there's just a lot of annoying things happening in this investigation. First of all, here's the weird thing. There are a few key pieces of forensic evidence that are deemed to be highly important in this case. There's probably more that the public doesn't know about, but the ones that the public do know about is one, obviously the blood tested on the front porch turned out to be Nancy Guthrie's. Second, they do find a pair of gloves 11 days later near the house off the main highway. They think it could be the gloves used by the perpetrator or perpetrators. It's like those black nitrile gloves. So, I mean, they found a lot of them. So they sent all of them out for testing, and a ton of them turned out to be some of the search workers would just, like, I guess they would put their search gloves into a baggie, and maybe that bag blew away in the wind, and they just had scattered gloves everywhere. But that was a key piece of evidence. Then the third key piece of evidence is they did find DNA inside the house, Nancy Guthrie's house, that did not belong to Nancy Guthrie or any of her family members, relatives, or anyone that, I guess, works in that house frequently. But where this information is sent, where this data is sent to be tested for the forensics is really important. Interestingly, the FBI is like, we can take it to Quantico. Why would you not want it tested in Quantico? I don't know anything, but I probably would want it tested in Quantico, okay? But the sheriff is like, no, I'm going to send it to our private lab in Florida.
What? Why?
So he sends it to the private lab in Florida. Now, a lot of people had a lot to say about this, but he does, you know, kind of defend his decision, and in a slightly convoluted way, he says, why did we give ours to our lab? Because it's what we've done for years, and our labs always have done well. In fact, we used the FBI before. They're very good at solving things and doing things, but the FBI, not unlike our Department of Public Safety in Phoenix, they have a lab. You know, they could have been used, but we look at it as this. If I use, for example, a state lab, DPS, or the federal lab, Quantico, you have to understand they have others using those labs too. So it really puts a lot of strain on them to prioritize those cases and do what they can with them, where If I have my own lab or a contract lab, it allows me easier access to those cases that I think are important to us. And I'm not talking, this case, but I'm just talking cases in general.
Drive active.
And he's like, so now we find a glove. FBI says, oh, we can send it to Quantico. And I said, well, you know what? Let's just keep it all in one place. So he's like, I've already been sending it to this lab. So let's keep sending it to this lab, which I will say a lot of people are like, okay, there is a little bit of validity in that statement, as when you have multiple different labs involved and if there is a criminal trial eventually, it's a lot of people testifying.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so then he's like, let's just keep it all in one place. Let's just send it to our lab. And it's not like, no, the FBI's got a bad lab, or no, the sheriff's department uses DNL lab, bad lab. No, it's about keeping your evidence together in one spot. This is the sheriff speaking. And when that report comes out, it goes to both agencies. It just made sense, Out there they said, oh, the sheriff blocked evidence. This conversation I had with the FBI lasted probably a minute and a half. And they said, makes sense. And it was done. There was no blocking evidence. That's just crazy.
If you have two labs you're looking at and one's bad or one's better, that's fine. That's not the case here. Nobody's saying that. What they're saying is, why would we use two labs?
So that glove that they found, you said they found multiple gloves. Why is that glove special?
They had reason to believe that it was special. They got it tested, and there was no CODIS database match, which CODIS is like the vast network of anyone with a criminal history. They have all of their prints. But interestingly is kidnapping, a lot of experts say, is not a first offender crime.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Statistically, you don't have kidnappers that wake up one day with a clean record that say, today is the day that I kidnapped someone. Usually they're going to have some sort of a rap sheet previously. So they say that it's very interesting that there's no link in the...
Even more suspicious.
And then later they came out to say, actually, maybe it wasn't a glove that was important because it actually belonged to a restaurant worker nearby. How do they know it belonged to a restaurant worker? We don't know. Like, did they go and test all the restaurant workers? They just said it was a restaurant worker. The sheriff has also been criticized for being seen at a basketball game during the investigation. And apparently, the sheriff didn't even know about Savannah Guthrie's video that she posted on Instagram with her siblings, the very first video, until his wife told him about it. And he mentions this to the media. And so everyone is like, this feels like a very expensive, unproductive investigation if that's the case. Because it just feels weird. We're spending a lot of taxpayer resources, and not saying that it shouldn't be spent. I'm just saying there are a lot of missing persons out there.
For no answers.
Maybe they don't get this allocation of funds and personnel to search. And this is how you guys are handling. Like, you didn't even know that they were putting out a video. It doesn't even make any sense. The sheriff is also probably not used to being analyzed on a national scale for every word that he says. He doesn't strike me as particularly organized with his thoughts when he is speaking off the cuff. So here's a rundown of the questions and answers given by the sheriff during multiple different press conferences. Sheriff, is there any indication so far as to whether this was random abduction or targeted? Like I said earlier, we're looking at all the leads, and we don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that. We'll look at both sides. Do you have any idea what Nancy Guthrie was wearing or the type of car that she might have left from, or any identifiable information that the public could use to help with the tips? We do not. Sheriff, do you believe that one or more than one person was involved in the kidnapping? Just no clue. It could have been one, it could have been more. Is there any indication that Nancy Guthrie is still alive? We know the medication played a critical role here. It's been 48 hours. She needs it every single day. Are you still looking for someone that is still alive? We hope we are. We hope we are. Sheriff, you said earlier that you don't believe that there's a wider threat to the public. If you're not sure if it's targeted, why do you believe there's no wider threat to the public? Well, we have crime in Tucson all the time, right? Like any city. And so when you say a threat to the public, is there somebody out there who's kidnapping elderly people in the middle of the night every night? We've not heard that. We don't believe that's the case. We do believe that Nancy was taken from her own against her will, and that's where we're at. Even about the rumors of there being forced entry, he just states, I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all. Whether it was forced entry or not forced entry, that is something we're just not discussing. We don't know where anybody got that information.
Okay, well, I see. So that's a pretty standard question, no?
Yeah. Has there been any proof of life, and has there been any sign of life? I'm going to... Anything to deal with the ransom notes, I would defer to the FBI. But no, not to my knowledge. We are still looking for Nancy. Do you have any reason to believe that she's still out there alive, or are you fearful for the worst case scenario here that she won't be found alive? Well, I'm certainly fearful of that. I think we all are, but we operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her. Is there anything more specific you can say about what you believe the motive to be for the kidnapping at this time? Motive is always going to be a question, and we'll know more as we go what that motive is. But right now, my guesswork is as good as yours. With these types of cases, though, sometimes the sheriff does appear disorganized, and that's not really good. One expert states, you are broadcasting basically every detail about this case. The more that's released to the public, the more that is now known by everybody, including if there is somebody out there who has Nancy Guthrie. They have to be very careful about what they're letting out about this case. But the way that he's doing it, like, he's not really answering questions, so I'll give him that. But it is weird. Like, it's just not the most well done. I will say the FBI, the special agent charge of the Tucson area, like, he's a bit more organized with his thoughts during these press conferences.
Oh, he's talking as well?
Yeah.
Alongside?
And he also diverts questions, doesn't answer questions, and I'm not saying that we deserve answers as the public, right? They should deem whatever is the best for the investigation. However, he is able to respond in a way that's very clear, succinct, and like, this is what's happening. Okay, that's it. But it's interesting because the police union president was interviewed by Brian Enton, and I would go watch the full interview, but he works with Sheriff Nanos, and he says, Sheriff Nanos...
What's their relationship exactly?
So he is the police union president, and he's also an officer. So he works under Sheriff Nanos, right? But he says Sheriff Nanos, he has an ego that's difficult to describe without sounding hyperbolic, and it drives a lot of his decision making. He's very retaliatory. Favorite version of retaliation is...
Wait, he works under him?
Yeah, but he can't be fired because he is the president of the police union. So it's really difficult, I'm sure, to fire him.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, and so he's very retaliatory. Favorite version of retaliation is through transfers, which has impacted nearly every unit in this department and decreased our overall readiness. In my opinion, nearly every unit. The experience and expertise that there was, transferred out for whatever reason, and there are...
Can you pull all these Skyrim SE console commands that you gave me recently? There we go. That's like Fallout jump size. I want... Is there a way to permanently save them, or do I have to do it every single time? No, you have to do this every time, which is so dumb.
Connecting. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled. No waypoint set.
Man, that's close to town.